Hey y'all, it's your sugar here, and I'm late. But it's a Wednesday night, y'all, so you know what it is, okay? Around 7:30-ish, a little later, okay? It's your sugar here, Natalie Sugar Brown, and it's the Sugar Show where I meet with you guys on Wednesdays and we talk women's boxing. For those who are new, okay, I am Natalie Sugar Brown. I have lived the life of a woman pugilist, boxing specifically. And this is my platform now to tell y'all the deeds, okay, the good, the bad, and the ugly, for real, of my industry, which is women's boxing. Such a great industry, such great things that have happened, but there's a lot of shenanigans too. And this is the no sugar coated. Right? I don't sugarcoat nothing here. This is the platform where we really talk that real stuff about that life. And introduce you guys that are new to something that you may like and you may enjoy and you may keep tuning into. For those who are true, my misfits, thanks for chiming in to the Sugar Show again. Yes, it's always good to see you guys, and I just love that you just always come support sugar, always show up to chat or not chat, but you here and you in the building and we about to have fun. So yes, today y'all, today. So you see the show is called They Call Her No Mercy. Okay, let me tell you about this fighter. Okay, for real, for real. So I've been talking for y'all who have been following the show. Y'all know who I'm talking about, right? But for those who are just joining, I'm just tell y'all a little something about this baddie. Okay, so this baddie right here is a woman boxer, um, who is a woman cut from the same fabric as myself. She is a baddie. She has done some great things in women's boxing, and she just got honored as a Hall of Famer. They call her No Mercy. She fought in the lightweight division, y'all. Okay. She was throwing them lefts, throwing them rights. Okay. So, real scary in there. Um, she's out of the USA, okay? So she fought on the red, white, and blue land with the stripes, okay? Um, Out of Illinois, USA, okay? Up there, Chicago, Illinois, them places, okay? Um, she's had I think 13 fights, but 13 real fights, okay? This this broad who or baddie who became a broad who was a bit of a who is a bit of a crone now, you know, haven't not fighting but still in the game, um has you know, not you know, but she is I don't like to say the belt makes the champion or the belt makes the woman makes the belt. And this champion made that green WBC belt. This was a legitimate contender who became champion, who dethroned a great name that we're going to talk about soon. And I'm just elated that I'm able to have her face in the place. So, lovely assistant, please reveal my lovely guest, Brooke Dierdorff. Yeah!
What's up? What's up, sis?
Hey, girl.
How's it going?
Thank you for joining with me tonight, Brooke.
Thank you for having me.
What's up? So y'all see all that hardware behind my girl and the posters and all of that stuff, okay? So like, don't let the pretty face and the smooth taste fool you, okay? This one ain't no joke, right?
I got
This
the shirt
one,
on today.
let me see it. Come on, give me. I don't need a weapon. I am one. Listen. This how she coming through, y'all. This is how she come through. Come through, hunty.
Let's go.
Yes. Now that's what I'm saying. You see this pretty face standing in the line at the grocery store, at the Walmart or whatever. You ain't going to think now that you know what I'm saying, she'll flatten you, okay? But she has made a great legacy in her name in women's boxing, and I'm just excited because this ain't going to be a regular show, okay? This is where, like the interviewers, oh, what did you do, and asking the question. We going to have a baddie chat, okay? Baddie to baddie, okay? She get to say whatever she want on here, okay? And it is what it is, because whatever she has to contribute, whatever she has taken from the industry and what she's done is quite valuable, and y'all need to listen to this. So Brooke, what you got to say?
Girl, I'm just excited to be here with you. I feel like the sport is somewhat losing its way from what it used to
Mm-hmm.
be when we were coming up. It's kind of lost its path. I feel. I mean, we're definitely growing. I'm super excited how things are going, and it's finally paying off. Every little bit of brick that we all laid the way. But I feel like the fighters are losing their focus on women's boxing, and
Okay, so
that's yeah.
I gotta stop you, right? Because little bites. You got so much to say, and I want to dissect it. Okay,
All right.
now, like I'm on the same page as you. Okay, I feel like we getting the light version of what we were going through and the experience that we have, like with
Mhm.
regards to these ladies. But a lot of the Joes and Janes out there don't understand. Like when we say it, they don't understand the real, like they don't understand the feel of it. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, yeah, these ladies are fighting, and yeah, they're doing the things that we did. Yes, and it's not that we're talking about them as if they're less. What it is we did more. We know they can do more, right?
Right.
We extended ourselves more, and
Right.
I want you to share that testament, especially, like this is Brooke Deerdorff. Let me tell you about Brooke Deerdorff, y'all. This is Brooke Deerdorff, who stepped to the giants in the game, okay, with no fear. Okay, she stepped to, like I said, the names Mia St. John. Okay, that was a name in the said that was Jesus' mother. Okay, in the industry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
right.
was.
And she stepped Mia, like, who, you ain't fought me yet. And did she not snatch the belt from her and
Sure
said,
did.
who's the champ now? Right? So I like, can you give some insight, Brooke, about stuff like this? Because I talked to Mike, I've talked to Mike, and I've talked to a lot of other enthusiasts that are now into our game, and they're excited. Oh, this is a super fight. Oh, we're excited about what's happening. And I'm telling them that I'm not excited because I've seen better. I've
Right.
seen King Kong dethroned, and you have done that
Right.
in one aspect of it. So can you elaborate to us on how you got there, and what you thought about your journey when you started, in looking at these King Kongs and saying, you know what, I'm I'm Miss Kong. I'm the Kong. So shoot.
Yeah. So, I mean, my first couple of fights, obviously were your typical, starting off. After my third fight, I was a replacement fighter for Rita Figueroa, trained with me at Windy City Gym in Chicago. She was supposed to
And
fight
Rita was tough.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was supposed to fight Mia the first time in Indiana on the same card as Mary was fighting some other girl.
So this was like in the
I was a
after like the
replacement.
first three.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was my fourth fight. Was
So
the
did
first
you
time.
have did you have any amateur fights behind this?
So, no, they played that. I had 15 amateur fights.
Okay, okay. But
15.
Rita, what people don't know is Rita Figueroa was a U.S. national champion too. So,
Yeah,
like Brooke D, she didn't have the pedigree that people would think,
right.
but she was still
Yeah,
world champion material training
right.
with someone such as Rita. So
Yeah.
go ahead, champ.
Yeah, so I mean, I had fought in the gloves, and I had fought in the Chicago Golden Glove Nationals. I had won both, but in a very short period of time. But then I went pro because I couldn't get fights anymore. So I'm like, well,
Mm.
let's go pro.
So
Nobody would
wait a
fight.
minute. Talk about that. Talk about that, Brooke.
So in the amateurs, I got into boxing when I got out of the army just to stay in shape. And then, so I went to a local gym, and the guy was like, the gloves were coming up in like 3 weeks. And he's like, you should go in the gloves. And I'm like, "Ugh, I only been just training, but whatever. Cool, let's go." Well, then he was like, no, we're going to put you in the open division, and we're going to make a book. Like, we're going to put you in the open division. You don't want to fight novice. You don't want to do that. And I'm like, I didn't know. At the time, I didn't know. I was just like, whatever, coach, like whatever you think. So my first Golden Gloves, I went into there with like 3 weeks training, and I was fighting at 138 at the time. The first girl that I fought, she had like 100 fights, and she was like 6'3". So when I started walking up to the ring, I was like, I know that ain't the bitch I'm fighting over there. I'm 5'4". She's like
Here
six
she
three,
comes.
way up there, like in the trees. How many fights does she have? I have 0. But we're gonna do this thing. Um, I don't turn back. So we go one-way train that way. So yeah, we took that fight. I won that fight just because I was the dog and I just stayed on her, and so she couldn't set. I mean, I just stayed on top of her. So, but
So
I
wait a
took that.
minute. Explain. See, the thing is, right? It's a mentality. Like you said, this a one-way train. We don't
Yeah,
reverse, right?
no, there was no but going back.
So you
No.
saw this, and yeah, you seen, okay, I'm 5'4", and you a whole tree out here. Okay, let's do this. So in your mind, was it fight or flight, or was it, I think I've prepared enough in these 3 weeks. I'm ready. How
I
did you
was
feel?
in my mind, I was thinking, because I've always had that mentality that I can beat anybody. Street fight, boxing, whatever. Nobody can beat I don't care what size I am. You're not beating my ass. So that was the mentality. So in my mind, I was just like, okay, we're about to give this girl an ass whooping. I don't care how big she is. Bigger she is, the harder she's gonna fall. Okay.
And so I want y'all viewers to know, like, this is why I said women boxers, we are a certain fabric of
Mm-hmm.
woman, right?
Oh,
The average Jane don't think this way.
no.
I feel what Brooke D is saying, because that's she just said the mission statement of all baddies out here. You ain't gonna beat me.
Right.
And,
Me?
and if you're
No.
gonna be, you better try real hard, because it ain't gonna happen easy like you think it's gonna happen, right?
Right. Right.
So first fight, open division, you guys, means open division means she's saying that she's going into a division where she'll fight all people with any amount of fights. They can have 100, they can have 30 or whatever, and she had no fights.
0.
So I want y'all to marinate on this. Okay, she's walking in to the jungle, right? And
Right.
she's saying, like, I mean, the coach is saying we're going to get you a book and everything, and she's like, yeah, right, yeah,
Right.
all right,
Okay.
where's the bell,
Let's go.
ding. And she starts. So continue, Brooke. Go ahead.
So yeah, with that one, it was just I used just my brawler mentality and just stayed on top of her. I didn't give her time to set up. She was a stick and move tall fighter. I just didn't give her time to set, so she didn't have a chance. So I won that fight. I went to the second day, and of course, you know how it goes. That you got to go back to back. So I'm already like exhausted after the first one because I really wasn't even in shape yet. So we get to the second fight, and I think the second fight, I can't remember, but they all had a lot of fight experience. But I ended up winning the second one, I think on decision. Third night, I was done. Like when I guys showed up at the gloves, like I was there, but like my mind was telling me what to do, but my body wasn't responding because I was literally drained. So
Okay.
I lost that one by decision. So I took second place.
So Brooke, I want you because a lot of the our viewers, they're not boxing people, and that's what I
Hmm.
appreciate about my misfits coming in. They don't understand that road, meaning that you're fighting back to back to
Yeah, that's
back, and you're
right.
giving it all you got,
Hmm.
right? You're taking and giving. So it's not, oh, I just pressed the reset button. You
Yeah.
feeling the hurts from the night before. Just because
Yes.
she won, don't
Right.
mean
So
she
prime
ain't hurt
example,
up.
like most Americans or most people in the world at one point or another have worked out, whether it was in school or as an adult. So just take an example. If you go work out for an hour or 30 minutes or whatever, and then the next day, you feel sore, right? Okay. And then the day after that, like you could barely move because it's not the day after per se, but it's the day after that. That's the worst. So just imagine how you feel on that day three. And now imagine getting punched like all over your body, plus being sore from giving everything you got.
And
So
then
it
your mental,
and then you're
right?
mentally like, and you're probably was dehydrated, and yeah, I felt like I had been run over by a bus.
Okay. All
you
right.
know, you
All
know the
right.
feeling.
I know the feeling, but I want to bring them in, right? Because
Yeah,
they think that, just because we're nice looking, and just because we're women and everything, they think it's easy. They really
hmm,
don't understand. People really don't understand the feel of it. They
right.
don't understand, and especially you were in the military, so you're military minded, like you are that hardcore type of gal,
Yeah,
right? And everyone's smiling and making it look cute, but we like, this is the platform where we're telling everyone,
right.
okay, we showing up, and it's not as cute, and it doesn't feel. Oh, we got someone coming in about my father's business, talking about what's up, y'all. Looking forward to this show. Good about my father's business. Thanks for chiming in. So we got the
Thanks for
champ.
joining.
We got the champ, Brooke. They call her No Mercy, Deerdorff. Okay, she fought the lightweight division. Okay, fought the Michael Orson too, saying that's why they say
What's
that
up,
it's
Mike?
90% mental. So Mike Orr talking about we telling the truth. Okay, so like
Hmm.
we already got some hitters in the building, Brooke. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and so I mean they they're fans, and they've been involved somehow, so
Right.
they can also they can also confirm,
Hmm.
that this is what it is. So Brooke said, her we're talking about her experience now, as she's getting in, because the show is about Brooke, okay? Saying y'all know how long the show be, okay? And we want to talk about some things, but this we talking about Brooke, right? And I want to hear all the little details, that all the little crevices that nobody touches. I'm going to ask those details, okay? And it's not me being intrusive. It's me having a real woman champion right on here, where she's telling you from her mouth, what it is. And it's not, we're not making anything up here, right?
No.
We're not making anything up. So Brooke said, you know, her first experience, she walked into a tournament having 3 weeks training. Like, this is crazy. This is
You gotta be
crazy.
able to turn it on
Walked
and
in.
off, like that mentality. Like it's a light switch. I mean, that's what you know because you're a fighter, but that's what I always tell people. They're like, "Oh, but you seem so sweet." I can until you cross me or I flip the switch.
How do
You
you
gotta
flip the
turn it
switch
off.
though, Brooke? How do you? Is there something that has to happen or that you do to flip the script, the switch? Tell me or tell us.
Well, I mean, I have a short temper on a daily, so if you do something to if you do something to piss me off, it's instant. I mean, you can, and my
That.
husband can concur.
Oh
My
shoot.
family, anybody can concur with that.
That's
I
a
have a very
wonderful
short
man.
fuse. Yeah. So, I mean, I can instantly go be from being laughing, ha ha ha, to you say one thing that really gets me wrong, and I'm a complete different person. But I think that's what all of fighters are, because, but in the ring, see, I can do all that stuff just fine until you get to like the press conference or the weigh-ins, and then you just have to like mentally think about all the hard work you've done, everything you've done, like the opponent, how hard they worked, like what I have to put on that game face, and now I have to be no mercy because they're trying to come for me, and that ain't happening. So it's just mentally you have to prepare yourself that when you get to that point, that you're now this other person, and then after the fight,
Hello.
when I come back, then I'm back to just being normal. We just laugh at
Hello.
the whole party. Yeah.
So she's speaking the gospel, y'all. Y'all hear, like, y'all even hear the verbiage where she says, after a while, it's no mercy. She's speaking about herself in third person now. Okay. She's saying it ain't Brooke no more. It's no mercy. And I'm
Right.
locked in. Okay. So in understanding that, you guys, it, like, a lot of people find it hard to have one personality in persona. We have two.
Mhm.
Okay. And I always say it this way, where it's you are feeding and growing this other side of yourself. Okay.
Mhm.
And this other side of yourself may be quite different from the you that walks around daily,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
And it's knowing when to turn her on.
Right.
Okay. So now Brooke explains the mentality that she has, right? And it wasn't you never heard Brooke, you never heard where's my fingers pointing? My gosh. Yes.
Other
So you never heard her say, okay, I'm the best. She
no.
never said anything. You haven't heard her say that yet. Well, I
No.
know
The
I'm the
whole
best.
thing
I know
with
I'm
that
this.
yeah, the whole I would never ever, even if I had like the biggest career and was undefeated and fought everybody and beat them all on my record, I would never call myself the best. The thing with that is, like, me and my husband talk about this all the time. I feel like when you're a knight or whatever, or you're a prince, whatever, you have to be crowned to be the king, right? Like someone crowns you, or if you have to be knighted if you're like you're going up and they knight you to give you that name. You don't give it to yourself. Somebody else gives you that because you earned it. So
Hello.
that's how I feel on that subject. I would never call myself the best, the greatest, better than everybody that came before me. Never, because
So,
somebody else would have to give me that name. I would never call myself that.
all right. So that's why, like, this how the show is going, right? This is so I'm segueing into now, Brooke Champ. How do you feel about these wet nose ones coming in talking like that?
I
Like,
think it's disrespectful. I think it's disrespectful. I think it's disrespectful to every single fighter that came before. There are people that may very well one day hold that title of the greatest one ever or the best ever to live or whatever. But First of all, the generation that's fighting today, I don't even feel can compare to our generation. I don't think there's any fighter right now that if we were still our whole
Brooke,
generation,
you giving me goosebumps. Keep talking though.
if
Yes.
our entire all the top fighters that were fighting when me and you, because we were fighting at the same time, if all of the fighters that all the top 20, we'll just say, that were fighting in our era were in their prime against the top 20 of today, all of the old school fighters will whoop their ass. We are a whole different breed of fighters. We
Different.
every it didn't matter who you stepped in the ring with back then. You stood the chance of losing.
And
There
you
is a
stood
chance
the
you're going to
chance
lose.
that, yeah, you stood, it wasn't a chance. You were gonna be in a real fight.
Yes, a dog fight, like a
Thank you.
real fight, and
Thank
you
you.
didn't know the. I mean, yes, in your mind, you're like, I'm not losing, and you're not telling yourself that, but in reality, every time I stepped through the ropes, there was a chance, whether I was robbed or not, that I could have potentially really lost the fight because everybody was so good. And I
Thank you.
fought the top five
Thank
after
you.
me all the way
So
up.
when you hearing these fighters, and I would say the male ones too, talking about A side, B side,
Hmm.
it's
Yeah,
so
same thing.
cringe to me.
It's
It's
the same
so
thing.
cringe to me because I'm like, what are you talking about? A side, B side. So you already know what side, like you already know what side you're on. You're not fighting to know, you're not trying to earn
Right.
your
You got to leave a
place.
legacy. Like,
You
put your
know
mark
that
there
you're
and let
A
people
side, B
decide.
side,
Right.
right? Mike
You got
comes
to
in,
put your footprint.
you got to leave your footprint, and the footprint is, even when you fight that other fighter, that fighter's going to go say, that broad can fight, she can
Hmm.
fight, she got, she's good at this, or she going to stay on your ass,
Right.
and that's the conversations you heard among the fighters, among us, in
Yeah.
in those days and times. Not like, Brooke, I'm here, you hear, what sense would it make? I'm not making and the money to fight her and to her and her. I'm like, oh, you're talking about the sense that it made, money wise. It's like, bitch, you ain't getting no money.
What? What money?
Thank you.
What money are you talking about?
Right. So Mike said, of course, y'all, Brooke done hit. Okay, so her podcast is on Tuesdays at 8:30. Okay, so show up for Brooke on Tuesdays at 8:30. Y'all know Shug's here on Wednesdays at 7:30. Okay, and then hopefully we get to tag team again. Brooke will have me on her show hopefully one day, and
Oh, I
I
will.
mean,
Absolutely.
you know
Yep.
what I'm saying? And we just build the kingdom. You know what I'm saying? But Mike comes in and said these new girls don't even know the history of their own sport and what the women before them did to pave the way for them to earn that money they do get. About
Yeah.
my father's business comes in and says, real talk 100, Michael Orr. And I mean, that's what I mean, Brooke, right?
That's the
Talk
biggest.
like
Yeah.
like you said, you're not even, unless somebody deems you this thing, you're not coming out talking about, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm this. I think we take the things that we're not supposed to take from men's boxing,
Yeah.
right? Like, I guess some men can talk shit talking about I'm the great, but bitch, you are not Muhammad Ali, and you are
No.
not Sugar Ray Robinson, right?
No.
And you don't know who the Muhammad Ali, so to speak, of women's boxing is, and you don't know the Sugar Ray Robinson of
Right.
women's boxing. Like,
No.
these are athletes that have, you know, stood on the shoulders and have
Yeah. I mean,
acknowledged other fighters.
if you look back even past our generation, back even before our time, the names just go on and on and on of phenomenal, fighters. Same thing on the men's side. Now, I'm not going to take anything away from the guys that feel like they have made that top 3 or 5. They probably have, but you have to let your legacy that you left 100 years from now, put it out there that you, oh, well, yeah, when you get the Ali name or the Robinson name or any of them, but you have to let the people decide that. You can't, yeah, I might look back and be like, oh, well, I remember so and so from before me. I could have whooped her ass in my prime. If you can think that,
you can,
but you just don't. You don't know that for sure, and you don't say that shit out loud. You don't.
I have, and there's some particular fighters that are coming out talking about women of the past weren't as skilled as us.
That's a lie. That is the biggest lie I've ever heard.
I just like Brooke. It really it really perplexes me. But what these women nowadays understand.
The women nowadays, to me, are soft, and when they get hit, they reverse.
You seen that? But
when we got hit, we went forward. You see the difference? Forwards, they get hit, they go backwards.
They running, they turn into track stars, and people love it.
Yeah, no, I don't love it. How are you going to call yourself better than the people before you when you take a good punch and your ass starts backpedaling, god dang, like you're riding a bicycle?
Hello.
No, I just hit, and what the hell did I do? I jumped forward and throw 6 punches. Bitch, you just hit me. Oh, I'm gonna hit you 5 times.
Yes, right. Now we getting into the meat of it, Brooke. This is what people need to hear. So we're not sitting here.
People are just scared to talk about it. I'm not scared to talk about it.
Yeah, we're not sitting here looking at them, and it's not like we're like, oh, it's not a hating type of
and
deal.
I don't take anything away from them. They're great fighters. But for them to say that they're not, I mean, they're good skill. They got skills. There's some of them are good, but they're not. They're not the same breed.
They're earning the money. I don't think the money they get, they're earning. You said it, and this was all of us. You hit me once, I'm coming back with 5, 6.
Everybody. That's when I said when you went through them ropes, your ass better be prepared because they're coming. Strong.
Okay. Strong, right? Women's boxing channel is in the building talking about I'm sitting here taking this in. Fascinating. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, because this is a conversation that you're not going to see on the other platforms, right? You only going to see this on me and Brooke's type of platforms, right? The authentic conversations, fighter, you know what I'm saying? Because this is a sisterhood, this is a camaraderie, this is a sorority. We talking about getting jumped in this mug. You know what I'm saying?
Call me up, I got your back.
Right? So Brooke said it, like I've said it before. Brooke just, we getting hit, we coming back with 5, 6 more. We not turning into track stars, right? We not playing hide and seek in the ring.
No, right? You're toe to toe right in the middle.
We come to fight. Even the ones that are boxing or whatever, they standing in there and fighting.
They'll stay in the pocket. They'll fight in the pocket.
Right? And so when these broads are out here making hundreds of thousands of dollars or making at least 4 figures for a fight, I'm like, wow. And then won't acknowledge us who we went. Come on, Brooke, because it got bloodier with us.
Oh, wait. Oh, I was
leaking in there.
Oh, yeah, I was leaking several times. Should I have my nose broke like 6 times? I lost count how many times it's been broken. I've been a bloody mess. I've been cut,
Okay.
all of it. But you don't quit. It's just not in you. But that's the thing that I was talking about before is my biggest pet peeve with the females of today is the fact that they don't pay any other females respect from the past. I don't care who you name. I'm not asking you to name me or you. When you're asked the question, who do you look up to, or why did you get into boxing? Who inspired you to be a boxer? What other fighters did you look up to? Don't say a effing guy. There's 50,000 females that came before you that are phenomenal fighters. Fucking pick one. Pick one.
Please pick one.
I don't even
Please
care if
pick.
you just have to pick a name on top of a hat and you don't even know them. Say a female name.
Just say a woman. Just
Give somebody
confirm.
props.
Confirm confirm the sorority.
Right.
Confirm.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Don't
Like
say
Brooke
a male
said.
role model. You can
How
have a
you
male role model, but you need a female role model too
listen?
because you're a female.
Let me tell you something, Brooke. I've gotten advice and I came up with some male gladiators.
Yeah. I had male
But
role
no,
models.
no joke, it was the women who taught me how to fight women. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's different. I remember my ex-husband, he was my trainer, at one point, and he was like, Natalie, because I was sparring men all the time
Yep.
and everything, and he was like, Natalie, you need to start sparring women. And I was like, and I get it. Like I was ignorant at the time where I'm getting to work because Brooke, I think you can attest to this. It was hard even getting sparring. It was hard getting work
Very,
from other women,
very.
right?
Yeah.
So, I'm finally gotten in there and shout out to, I mean, they no longer exist, but Toronto News Girls, who was real deep up there. It was an all women's boxing gym. And let me tell you something. I went up there. Men weren't allowed in that gym. Men weren't allowed in that gym, period, right? Savoy made it a place where um, women could be safe to be
Right.
bad and let go. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And it was, they had some tricks. The shit that women do in there and the shit that women say to you in there
Mhm.
is on some different thing than when you're in there with a man. Like
Yes.
it took me aback to where I'm like, oh shit, we are more savage, we are more
Yeah.
vicious,
Yeah. I agree.
right?
Totally
and
agree.
and
I
we go ahead.
I mean, there was when I was at Windy City, I did spar with Rita. And there was several up and coming. Elvia Rubio was a big up and coming amateur. So I used to spar with her and a couple other amateurs. Aside from that, I used to travel to spar with guys. Sean Simpson, that's pro now. I used to spar with him.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the only time like later on in my career, I used to travel to Kentucky to spar with Terry Blair. That's
And
the only,
Terry,
that's the
whoo,
only females that I sparred with. Other than that, it was all males. But it
males.
is a whole different experience when you get in with the females. Aside from the fact when you get in with a guy and they don't want to get embarrassed. Now, how
You
many
want to
times has
talk
that
about
happened?
it? You want to talk about it?
We can
You want
talk
to
about
talk
it.
about it, Brooke? So women boxing channel comes in saying, whoa, but my mate started boxing because her bro was a pro. So she gave up football and cycled to the gym at age 13 and went through the system and is pro herself now. Okay, so that's a good
Okay.
little story.
Congrats. Yeah.
Okay.
Starting
Michael
early.
Jose Sugar and Brooke giving history lessons, right? Um, Women's Boxing Channel says top work for getting these two talkers on Mike Mate. Top work. Listen, top work. This what we did. This we working together. Women Boxing Channel. We got it together.
We did.
Okay, right? Because it's that in alone in itself, it's hard to get women by other females on the same page because we can be catty and bitchy.
Yeah.
Okay,
Especially
So
if you're not on the same page, you don't see things eye to eye. Typically, they
yeah,
tend to turn the shoulder.
they tend to turn the shoulder, and it's now personal. Bitch, I don't
Yeah.
like you. And
Yep.
it has nothing to do with that. Like, that's why
No.
Sugar has made this platform, because it's really nothing to do with that. It's I we need the different broads to be heard, right?
Yeah.
Brooke may have a different perspective than Shug, right?
Yeah.
And it's true. It's still true,
Right.
because she lived it. That was her universe,
Hmm.
right? So it's not a right or wrong thing, and there's no cattiness or
No.
beef here with me and Brooke.
Mm-mm.
It's the fact that we like we bled, we leaked in here, and right now it's like they're trying to make us disappear. you
Yeah.
know we Brooke should have been ringside at the Michaela Meyer Baumgartner fight.
That fight.
She should have been ringside commentating it.
Yeah.
They had two who's its on the side
Yeah.
talking about shit that they don't know what's happening in there.
Exactly. That was yeah, another big good topic. There needs to be more females
Yeah.
commentating, promoting, managing, coaching, anything to do with boxing. If you're a female, I tried to be a commentator when I retired. Nobody picked me up. So I
You
just
know
said,
what? It
whatever.
it's a timing thing, Brooke.
It
I
is.
think. I think
And
it's a timing
connections. Got to
thing.
have connections.
Of course, you got to have connections, because it's some people that ain't they earning it differently.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so you know, um, you don't have to be a commentator now, because it's your time, right?
Right.
It's your time. You have a platform. You can you say whatever you want on your platform now, thanks to Talk and Fight, right?
Right.
But
Yeah. Thanks.
I think the whole thing about us, and having these conversations, Brooke, is um people need to hear the authentic feels of it, right?
Hmm.
Because
Right.
these young broads, they have no personality. They have no personality. I remember one time, who was it? You were gonna fight. Was it? Let me look at your record real quick, because it was somebody you were gonna fight, and you was at the press conference, and it was No Mercy locked in, and with the
Oh, Mary
cornrows.
McGee.
Yeah.
Probably Mary McGee.
And you was like, in so to speak, right? I'm not
I
gonna
mean, I
say
had a
word
lot of
for word.
confrontations at press conferences, but Mary McGee, that became personal to me. She said some shit that it made it very personal.
Girl, talk it. Go on and talk it.
Well,
Cause I
it's
remember
kind of,
how you was, and
I
I was
tried to
like,
reconcile that relationship about a year ago. I mean, not so we're on talking, speaking terms now. So I
okay.
don't want to ruin that. But
No, it's
that
not.
night
It's
when I took
happened.
that fight, so that fight with Mary McGee, I had the WBC title at that time. And I believe she had 2 or 3 titles at that time. And
Okay.
I wanted to defend my title against and put up her titles. They refused. Wanted a 6 rounder. I said I don't want a damn 6 rounder. Both of us are big names,
Champions. Mm-hmm.
champions. We should be defending our belts. Well, they wouldn't do it, but she had talked shit prior. So I'm like, fuck, I don't care if you pay me $200 and no belt. I'm
We
coming.
fight.
Okay, so we get there for the weigh-in, and I have never been disrespected so bad in my ever in my life. I mean, she called me a whole lot of things that you shouldn't say to somebody at the weigh-in. For white trash, and I was a bum, and I ain't fought nobody that was worth not shit, and I had already beat Mia twice. Twice. Okay.
Can
You
you
were there with the first
imagine?
one. It was in Indiana. You were at that fucking show and sat and watched. So along many other things that we're just not gonna name. So I tried to fight her at the
Wait a
weigh-in.
minute, I gotta stop you. I gotta stop you, Brooke. So when she piping off at the mouth, right? Are you boiling now? Like, are
Yes,
you
I
like?
was boiling. So we're at the freaking weigh-in, and she's calling me white trash bum, and you ain't fought nobody, bitch, and and I tried to hit her at the weigh-in.
Now this is what I wanted, y'all. This is it. This is why
Yeah,
we. Okay, y'all, come to the
it was
weigh-ins.
personal.
Come
It
to
was
our
personal.
weigh-ins.
Yeah,
This
it
is
was
what
personal.
right. So who there? I don't know who they're talking about. Classy and
Yeah, and then
this and that.
her coach came up to me and was like, actually, I didn't even know it was her coach, to be honest. But this guy kept talking to me, and he's like, "Oh, you don't really think you could take Mary, right?" And I'm like,
They
"Yeah,
do
I'm gonna
that.
whoop her ass. Yes, I am. I'm gonna whoop the shit out of her. Watch, get a front row ticket, buddy. This is personal. I am going to annihilate her in her freaking hometown and give her her first loss today, tomorrow. Buy a ticket." And then
Wait a
he had
minute.
some
So
other
y'all
guys
see.
coming up.
So guess who's locked in now? Wait. Right. Guess who's locked in now? No
Who?
Mercy talking. This ain't
Oh,
Brooke no more. This.
oh, I'm no mercy right now because now I'm getting heated because I can just picture it like I'm in the room. So we're doing the weigh in, whatever. So then her coach, it was her coach, I find out afterwards, but he's like, "Well, good luck, but I mean, you can't hit what you can't see." I said, "Okay, bet. Like, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
see."
Yeah.
So we go to the fight, and it was, of course, it was in her hometown. She was 17-0. I don't
Girl,
know.
tell
I
me
was
what.
like,
But you said some shit at the weigh-in that
"Oh, I
meant
told
because
her I was going to beat her fucking ass." And I said, "And then when I beat your ass, since you didn't want to put the titles on the line, I want your damn titles." She said, "If you beat my ass, bitch, I'll give you my titles. I'll be happy to take them home in the car after the fight."
this is at y'all need to come to our weigh-in. So this is Brooke, y'all
But wouldn't defend the
talking.
titles. Wouldn't defend them. Wouldn't defend them.
Wouldn't put the but not putting the belts on the line, but talking the shit.
I
And
had the
so
WBC title. She just had some random belts. I don't even remember what the hell they were.
and and was willing to put the green belt up,
Right.
right? To this wet nose. To
So
this
we get
wet
in
nose
there.
at the time.
Yeah. So we get in
Right?
there. Yeah. I beat her ass. And I gave her her first loss in her hometown. And
I
I went
remember
over to
that.
her after the fight. I walked over to her coach and I said, "Guess I saw her, didn't I?" And I said, "Oh, and Mary, I want my fucking belts in my locker room. What do you want me
Now,
to do? You can mail them to me if you don't want to give them to me right now." But no, I mean, I've tried to make amends with her today, but that was personal.
listen, because a lot of them don't like sugar. Okay, it is what it is.
It is what it is. I'm
It's
not telling a lie. It's facts. So, I
thank
mean,
you.
you can't be
This
upset
is
about it because it really happened exactly
thank
like
you.
that.
This is history. I
So,
think like you getting all hurt and hemmed up about history that was made.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
you were the
So
one talking. You just got a reaction. You're not going to talk to me that way and think you're not going to get a reaction.
thank you. Right? And it is the fight, right? And Mary McGee is maturing because guess who's doing the same thing to her? Chantel Cameron,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh, her and Chantel go at it on the
Oh, I'm
Twitter.
sure they do. Mary is a very good talker.
I'm not, and listen, that's a part of it.
It is a
That's a
part of
part
it.
of it.
It's
She's
definitely a
good
part
at
of it.
talking shit,
Very good
right?
at talking shit.
And
Very good.
that's why, and there's listen, that's
Some
why I
people that
want.
works though, and some it don't. That shit didn't work on me. You just pissed me off. So that
But
didn't
it's
work.
a part, right? It's a part of the game. It's a part
Yeah.
of the fight.
That
It's a
bothers
part of
some of them.
selling it,
Yeah.
right? It's a part of selling it. Mary McGee, don't stop talking your shit. You know what I'm saying? Just know you got to step up behind that shit, right?
Right.
Because you gonna be talking to another baddie. You gonna be talking
Right.
to a broad that's just as, you know, savage. You gonna be
Right.
talking to a crone who ain't playing that shit. You might be talking to a dragon that's gonna breathe fire on your ass,
Right.
right? So all of the shit that you doing, and fighters out there, because a lot of fighters gonna learn from Mary McGee,
Yeah.
right?
I didn't even train for that fight. No joke. I went to the gym like once a week. I'm not even playing. My husband was really, really mad at me for that one because he had been out of town for a part of the training and I wasn't doing jack shit. So when he came back, it was like maybe like a week. I don't even think it was 2 weeks before the fight when we really started training.
Oh my gosh,
So
you know
yeah,
you
I didn't even
crazy.
train for that.
She Okay, so y'all listening out here, this is bad bitch mentality.
Yeah.
Okay, she
I
ain't
mean,
the
it didn't
first one
matter.
who
I was
said
so
this
pissed
neither.
off. It was coming.
You hearing it? Okay, so this is what we were. This is the climate. This was the jungle that we came from. This
Yes.
is the jungle that's out there, right?
Right.
So, you know, when we're talking about what's selling, and how these young bras, these wet noses is making money, you're like, already told y'all the ingredients for a great fight, for a great match, for a super mega. Mary McGee versus Brooke Deerdorff was a super fight. It
Oh yeah.
was,
It was
right? It
huge.
was a up and
Yeah.
coming wet nose versus. How old were you at the time, Brooke? If you don't mind sharing.
Oh my God. I have to think. Because I fought her right after I beat Mia the second time. So it would have been like 2010. I think 2010. So I don't know. Shit, 20, maybe 30. Shoot, I don't even know.
Okay, so you had
81,
hit the
91,
3-0, yeah.
2001. Yeah. Um, yeah, I was probably almost 29, 30, maybe.
Okay, all right. So this is the climate, y'all. All right, so you had Brooke is a baddie, late 20s, going into her 30s, going into broadship, croneship, and you got this wet nose. I think Mary McGee was like what, 21 or something like that,
Yeah,
much younger at the time.
she was younger. Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Because,
Talking shit, right? So it's like, this is the climate, y'all. This is the climate. It's not like the men's or whatever, where, you know, these guys are respecting and playing games. Like it's real serious, where you don't even have the belt for too long before another broad talking gang, and you got to shut her ass up,
right.
right? And it gets to where, in women, with us women, it's not about, oh, we're going to camp and we're training. Brooke said, I ain't even trained for that shit.
I
I
didn't.
had a plan for that ass though,
Well, and
right?
back then, I mean, I don't know about you, but I worked a full-time job. I was also a mother and I worked out after work every day. So I wasn't a full-time fighter anyway. I was a part-time fighter. You
Hello.
go to work from 9 to 5, you get off, you go to the gym, you get there about 6, you work out for 2, 3 hours, you go home, eat, and go to bed and do it all over again tomorrow.
And then you
With
have
the
a
baby.
child,
My
so it's
first
not,
daughter
yeah,
was
the
raised.
dinner ain't making itself.
No, I mean my first daughter was I was raised in the gym. She went with us to the gym every day. So it's not, some people can do it today. Some of the women can do that today. I wish I had the opportunity to do it
That
full.
wasn't the life
I would
for
have been
us
a whole
back in the
nother
day.
beast if I could train an actual full training camp. What the hell is that? I don't even know what a training
She said, what
camp
the
is.
hell is that?
I don't even know what a training camp is.
Right.
What is that? I don't even know how those work. I never really had a training camp. It was just go to work, get off, go to the gym for a couple hours.
Okay.
That was it.
This is what I want everyone, like, this is the authentic life of a woman fighter, of a woman boxer, y'all. Okay? We having this conversation because it's like this is the real stuff.
Mhm.
Okay? I talk about, like, we want what, just like what Brooke D said, like, we want the life of a Natasha Jonas where she's a mother and she can now be a full-time fighter and she's making six figures,
Six
and
figures.
right, and she's on television and she's has a team and management. Like, we want, that's the
A
dream.
who? She has a who? A team. It
She
was
has a
me and
team.
my husband. That was my team.
She said that was my team. Right?
No.
And talk about, and it's tough on even a relationship. It's
Oh
tough on
yeah,
a marriage.
it is. I mean, I first started out with Jesse Torres was also a fighter. He's who I started out with in the amateurs. And then after I did the gloves a couple times, I switched to Sam Colonna. Everybody knows Sam Colonna, notorious trainer in Windy City Gym in Chicago. I
Hell,
worked with him.
hello.
Um, but when you don't make any money and then you have to pay a percentage of your purse, it's stupid because you're not even making anything anyways. And then I lived like an hour, a little over an hour to an hour and a half from the gym. So that was a long commute. So it got to the point where, and Sam was training a lot of like Golovkin and like a lot of those big guys, heavy, like famous guys at the time. So he was busy a lot. So it got to the point where I worked out. Me and Chris did our own workouts. My husband did our own workouts all week.
Oh, you
And
had a
we
Chris too? My ex-husband name was Chris
Yeah,
too.
Chris. His
Okay.
name is Chris. That's funny. And then we would just go to the gym with Sam for sparring. So it got to the point where Chris was finally like, you know what? I'm just going to get my coach's license because he's not really. I wasn't there enough for him to actually train me at that
Mm,
point anyway. I
mm,
was doing mitts and all the training with my husband
mm.
and just going to the gym for sparring. So he's like, there's no point in keep paying him. You can still go there and spar, but like, why keep paying him when he's really not coaching you? He's just getting in the corner when the fight comes.
When it's fight time, right?
So Chris got his license. From there, it was just me and him. Now I can say after that, I was fighting with a promoter in Chicago with Sam. When I
Okay.
left him, that went kaput. So that's why I became a road dog and never fought. I fought everywhere. And then it was just me and Chris. He took all the calls and did the managing and all of that, and we just discussed it between ourselves on if we were going to take the fight or not. And back then, it didn't matter if you turned the shit down because of money; they weren't going to pay more. So it's either you want to
Period.
fight or you don't.
Either you want to fight or you don't.
I mean, we would
You're
argue
not
about the
even
purses back
negotiate.
and
Yeah, you're
forth.
not negotiating shit.
There wasn't. You might get an extra $100
You
if you
might.
try to argue, but that's it. There
Yeah.
was no negotiations. It was, I'm paying you $800 for 6 rounds. You want it, bitch? What? Like I got a WBC title. Excuse me?
Eight
What?
hundred dollars to you,
No,
and you
but
already were a title holder. Talking.
$4,000 for this beauty right up there that you see. $4,000 when I fought Mia St. John in Mexico. That's what I got paid. I
They're
guarantee you
not.
she made triple, quadruple that. But I wanted the belt, and I had already beat her once, so I knew I could get it. But 4 grand, and I had to be in Mexico for over a week for the press conference, the public workout. Like it's big in Mexico. Like you got to be there like 2 weeks before. And my husband couldn't go with me for that fight because we had our daughter
Yeah.
and nothing. So that's when I met, well, I had already met Chevelle at a past card, but Chevelle and Nate Campbell went with me to that fight.
Oh,
And Nate
the two
came like
two
one week.
beasts.
And yeah, Nate
Mm-hmm.
Campbell came one week with me and like helped me keep me in shape. Like we sparred and did mitts and worked out. And then Chevelle came in like right before the fight, and she's the one that cornered me.
Oh,
But
that's wonderful.
yeah, so that was awesome experience. But I wasn't turning the fight down, and I know she was making way more than me because it's Mia St. John. And 4K for a WBC title? Are you freaking kidding me? In
That
Mexico against a Mexican?
for For right. So they brought you in as an opponent, right? And
That was the biggest payday. Yeah,
you were definitely supposed to lose, and you took matters into your own hands and took the damn
unanimous.
fight.
Yeah, unanimous. I even
Right?
knocked her down once. They called it a slip, though.
So this is the thing, right? With these shenanigans, and they were they 2 minute rounds?
They were. Yeah, they were
Okay.
2 minute rounds.
So Brooke is slumping, dropping the Mia St. John. You know what I'm saying? Broads are dropping, and it's getting real, real, real in there. And
Right.
it's just like, compared to these fights now, that was a super mega fight,
Yeah.
right?
Should have been
So
a super
people are
mega
talking,
payday.
yeah, ain't nobody, people are talking,
I
oh,
would
women's.
love to know what she made for that fight. Like, I would love to know. Like, now that it's all said and done.
Mia St. John made something at like 50 grand, at least 50 grand
I would say at least.
for that fight. Mia St. John, and I'm gonna say she's in Mexico. You know how big it is out there. It was
Right.
her. She was the one the sanctioning body was looking to, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
get
she was
that belt.
defending.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. So there was a lot of money behind her.
Oh, yeah.
The fight was put together for her to keep that belt, and you came
Exactly.
and took it,
Yeah.
right? So, she got paid. You came
Oh, I'm
in.
sure. I mean, I know she did, but I'm just, looking back, I'm like, what did that bitch get? Like, what did she get? What did she get? I know it was more than me, but yeah, no, that was literally the biggest payday I ever had out of all the people that I fought.
So this is the thing, Brooke. Now, I'm not saying these youngins need to get paid less, but what do you think about the pay rate? Like, what do you think with what we get now, with what the fans get now? What do you think about the pay rate?
I mean, I think we still have a long way to go. I still think it should be even with the men. I don't care about all the crap that they're throwing out as the reasons why, but I don't think everybody that's making that big money today, that's actually getting the big money, deserves it. Some of them, yes, I do think deserve that pay.
Very
Some of
little
them,
of them.
no. Yes, some of them I don't think deserve the pay, and I don't. They've never had to go through what we had to go through.
That's what I'm saying. I don't
So
think I don't think the work justifies the money that they're
right,
being paid, right? But I beg to differ about the money being paid, okay? I don't think women's boxing, cuz a lot of people think the industry is all one. Women's boxing is a different industry than male boxing. Male
right,
boxing has their backing, they have their sponsorships, they
yeah,
have they have the funds.
yeah,
Women's boxing does not have the sponsorships, doesn't is not generating the funding like that, is not, you know, it's not accessible in the way to demand the same
right,
amount of pay as men.
right,
So I don't think women deserve the same pay rate right now, because I mean, we're just not equally yoked there, right?
right,
We have to understand that we have to work for what we deserve. If they
right,
continued the way we were,
yeah.
if they continued the way we were, and if because they're not fighting for an extra minute. Do you see them fighting? Men are fighting the 3 minutes.
Men do fight the 3 minutes, but so here's the thing: back in the day, they used to fight 15 rounds. Now they fight 12. I don't even
Okay.
know. You know, women could fight the 3 minutes. We train. I don't know one female that doesn't train 3 minutes when they're sparring. I don't know any that spars 2 minute rounds. So we could definitely do the 3 minute rounds. And if that meant
I think we
more,
should.
more pay, we could do 12 3-minute rounds because we train it.
Yeah. And I think, but at the same time too, Brooke D, I think a lot of the champions who are champions now would not be champions if there
That's
were
possible. Yeah.
3 rounds, if it was 3-minute rounds,
Yeah. There's
right?
more time.
Because
Yeah.
I
More
mean,
time for
all
things to happen.
that Hamadouche versus Mayer fight, if it was a 3-minute round fight between Mayer and Hamadouche, Hamadouche would have bodied that girl,
Yeah.
right? She
Right.
couldn't deal with that pressure, so she would have lost. That Hamadouche would have had that title.
Right.
A
Yeah.
lot of fighters
A lot of
that
things would
way.
go
hmm
different. Yeah. If there
Um,
was more time.
I don't think. I mean, I don't think. I don't think Miss Shields would be so phenomenal if there were 3-minute rounds now. Why? Because you're exerting. She's a bigger gal.
Mhm.
She's fighting middleweight, super middleweight, and the way she fights, the pace. She couldn't be able to. She couldn't fight another big gal who's punching and absorbing those shots for that pace through the whole through 3 minutes.
No, they would. Everybody would have to change it up a little bit, and you'd have to do it in spurts. You would not be able to go. Shit, I would have to change my style if we did it that way because I'm so much pressure. Like I'm all pressure. I mean, but yeah, they would definitely have to tone it down because you'd have to
You're
pace yourself.
you're right. So you're all that's what and styles make fights, right?
Yeah,
But there are some fighters who are not durable,
right,
right? I think you would still have the same effect, Brooke,
right,
because you're durable. There are fighters out here that the only reason why they're still alive is because that extra minute ain't there,
right.
right?
Yeah,
So I mean, that's another thing too. I feel
right.
like the, you some fighters are cheating the system as hard as we work. Like we were in there for the 2 minutes, but we were putting everything in the 2 minutes.
Yes, everything,
Nobody was
every round.
running in 2 minutes. Now you got people running in two
Yeah,
minutes.
I still don't understand that. I've always told people that women's boxing is way more action packed and exciting than the men. And I will stick to that until I am no longer on this earth. I've seen all sides of boxing, as you have. Women, if you get two good, now I can't say all, if you get two good women in there, it's going to be some freaking action and there's not going to be much lull in the action. But now there are several now that do the little freaking the bicycle. I hate the goddamn bicycle.
Get on the damn they track star and boxers at the
Like
same
I
time.
understand it's supposed to be hit and don't get hit. I
I
understand
hate
that, but
that
that's
too.
men's boxing, and that's why sometimes it's bull ring because they're not hitting anybody.
Wait a minute, but it's not hit and run. It's hit and don't get hit. So that
Yeah,
means,
you
okay, if you
should be
got a
able to
block,
stand in the pocket
thank
and use
you.
your defense
Thank you.
and not run. That was I had one fight where that person I hated it. Why did you sign the contract just to come in here and literally dance around the ring all freaking night?
Girl, but that's what they're doing now.
Yeah, I had one of those. But yes, they do. And it makes for not exciting fights.
Hello. And
So
can
then it's
you,
like foot
so
in
who gonna
mouth. Like
buy
I
that?
just said that. And then you go watch this fight and you're like, well, they did the same shit as the men just did. Well, that's those specific fighters, not most of them.
Right.
So yeah, it's making us look bad, is what it's doing.
And that's it seems to be the theme of a
Yeah.
lot of these
I don't know if it's their
matches.
trainers, like the style of
You
training, or
named some great trainers, and even your husband had to train you according to what was out
well,
here,
and see
right?
that's the thing that I've always had a problem with trainers. I have a specific style of everybody when they're starting off. You can tell whether they're brand new and never boxed, their style of fighting. Some people are born to fight like Floyd Mayweather. That's their style. They're slick. They can move. They can
Well,
deflect.
that, I mean, his family, right? So
Right.
he
Okay.
grew
So,
up. It's as if your daughter, you say your daughter
right.
grew up in the gym.
So
So,
there are some people that can do that style. And then there's some people like myself who's like a Mike Tyson, like I'm all in your face all night type of fighter. I'm a brawler. I cannot
mm-hmm.
box. Okay. I did it one fight. Everybody's like, oh, you got to stop taking punches. You need to learn your defense. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So I did it one fight. I trained all camp just defense. Okay. First, I did not get hit one time. Bitch, I was moving and bobbing and the bitch couldn't touch
Okay.
me. But I
Okay.
wasn't punching. I was so focused on
On playing tag.
all
Yeah.
I could think about was my defensive moves. So that's all I was doing because I was thinking about it so hard that I wasn't punching. So neither one of us was getting hit because she wasn't hitting me, but I wasn't punching. So like I think it was like the third round, I sat down in the chair and I told her, I was like, I can't do this shit no more because I'm not punching. So I just went back to me. Some people are born
You
to do
no
that.
mercy lock back in.
Some people aren't. So it perturbs me when you go to a trainer and they want to change who you are as a fighter.
Let's talk about it. Let's
So
talk about that.
I've worked with several different coaches, even aside from the two that I've mentioned, and they always are like, you got to jab, 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 jab. I'm not a fucking jabber. I will lead with the right hand, left hook all day long. Okay, I'll throw the jab when I feel like throwing the
Oh
jab.
yeah. Yeah.
I'm not a boxer. I'm not going to pedal around and do all
Well,
the
there
dang.
was no warm up with you, right?
No, no. I
You
run out the
stepping
damn
in, you
ring. If you watch
coming
any
with
of
the
my
damn
fights,
fire. Ain't no smoke,
yeah,
right?
when the bell dings, I literally run to the middle of the
Right. That was the type
ring.
of fighter. That was the type of fighter you were,
Right.
right?
So
And
don't try to change people. That's what my
this is,
advice to any coaches that are watching. See what kind of fighter you have and build off of who they are. Turn
but
them into
listen,
that fighter. Because if you change it, if I would have listened and went to the way everybody was trying to teach me to be a boxer, I wouldn't have been who I am today. I probably would have lost every damn fight I ever had because that's all I'd been focusing on.
it's not you. And
It's
so
not
this is
me.
what, right. So this is what just to add to that, Brooke, this is where it comes back full circle where a lot of these damn trainers don't know what the hell they doing,
No,
right? Because,
especially today. Have you
right,
watched any of the dang shit they're be doing on the internet now?
girl,
I'm
it's
like,
all
what
for
the hell?
TV.
They're like, oh, just use this arm. What the
And
fuck
when did
is that? Do you think they're going to give you enough time to do that when you're
you
fighting?
think you're going, oh, you think that that's going to come to your mind
Like it's going to
when
go
the
in
shit come
slow
down on
motion
your
for
head?
you? Like we're going to have slow motion and they're
Oh,
just going to
bless
sit
their
there and let you
heart.
do that?
Bless their heart.
Oh, bless you.
Right?
Yeah,
So this is the
stupid.
thing, right? It's not like the trainers that we
No, there
had
is no trainers like the old school trainers, and most of them are either not training anymore or unfortunately no longer with us.
passed away.
And these up and coming trainers
They
don't know
read a
what the
book, they
shit
looking
they're
at it
doing. They
on
don't know what
YouTube.
they're doing.
Thank you. They're looking at it on YouTube. They woke up one morning and they
Most of
said,
them weren't even fighters.
most, and this is where I'm at with it. It's the history, we the ones that walk the road need to get back in.
Yes.
Either, I mean, train or be stop by the gyms. You know what I'm saying? Make your
Yeah.
presence felt there. Your knowledge, what you have gone through, win or lose. is
Yeah.
a lot more valuable than these
Right.
guys who are getting paid out of they getting paid out of these broads purses for this
Yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Right? Don't we're giving away our value, we're giving away our money. But you know what it is, Brooke D? It's because after you're done fighting, women's boxing throw you away.
Yeah. It's like you never existed.
Yeah. Right? And a lot
They
of
don't even
us,
bring up names anymore.
they
Like
don't
when
even
you go see the commentators talking about fights, they'll always reference a past fighter. Like their style is similar to such
yes.
and such or
Yes.
whatever. They
Yes.
never mention anybody from the past on the female fights. Come on.
Now we're talking. This is why, like, now we're talking. That's why I'm saying the commentators are on some bullshit,
Yeah.
right? They don't know.
Even when they bring in the freaking girls that are fighting, they don't say
The
shit.
girls don't even know how to reference.
They don't even say anything. They're
Yeah.
just like,
Well,
girl.
the thing is, Brooke, it's still catty out there, right? And a lot of these bras don't respect the game enough to give kudos to the ones who paved the way,
Yeah.
right? So, like I said, you should have been the commentator for the mega Bumgarner
Yeah, that would have been nice.
versus
Yeah.
Mayer match. That was your
That
weight
was a
class.
good,
Like you fought the super match, you fought a mega match
yeah.
for that. Like that was, and they got, they're not selling it. And so therefore, we're gonna lose the value. We don't
Right.
have long money in this sport. That's why,
Mhm.
that I don't see women's boxers or women's box. I see it declining in the next maybe 5 years.
Yeah.
Why? Because ain't much longer. Shields ain't going to be fighting it much longer, and everybody's looking for, like, everyone runs to her
Yeah.
to make the noise, right? Who else?
Right.
Like who else is making as much noise and bringing as much
Katie
money?
Taylor is the only other one that's even
She about
close.
to Katie Taylor.
But
What? She's a
she
crone
gonna
now. Like
she ain't gonna be around much longer.
she ain't gonna be. So who? Name one. Name someone, Brooke. Not even Serrano ass. If
She gonna be gone. She was fighting when we were fighting. She ain't gonna be
hello,
around much longer.
you
And
see
she,
what I'm saying? Where the money at? So where's the gun? Where's the
what are they
money?
gonna? I mean, there ain't nobody else at Clarissa's weight. Even if she
There's
goes back
nobody else
to
at
58, there's nobody up there.
hello, right?
The only like younger ones is like Mayer and Baumgartner and like those, which they're
And who
whatever.
they gonna fight? Who are they gonna
But
fight?
there's nobody else for them to fight. I think Baumgartner's fighting the Cruz.
Yeah, because Choi stepped to the side, right?
Okay.
Choi wasn't going,
Yeah, I was like, what happened to her?
but
She didn't want to fight her.
no. What happens is over in Asia, they're pretty much buying the belt over there, right? So
Right.
they're not going to risk Choi getting in there and getting beat up by Baumgartner, right? And they can't validate them keeping that title. So what they
Right.
did, she went into emeritus or something like that, and like she's on a temporary retirement. And so
Oh,
Cruz
came in.
came and took
Now
the,
the
you know,
Baumgartner Mayer fight. Speaking of Baumgartner, that
mhm.
was a prime example of. First of all, I think that was. I feel like it was a close fight. I don't think it was a one-sided fight.
I think it was a close fight too.
Yes.
I
Okay.
do.
So at least we're on the same page there.
Yes.
I thought it was close enough that typically the decision would go to the title holder. I think it was that close. Two, simply because when Baumgartner got hit,
Mm-hmm.
what did she do?
Oh, she started ballet dancing in that
She
mug.
certainly did. And from there, she started losing, in my opinion.
All right. So
So she
this
was
is
straightforward in the beginning of the fight till she got a good ass shot to the face. And then she started, her whole game plan changed. She wasn't straightforward no more. She started backpedaling and boxing more and coming in and out. I feel like it was close enough that it could have went to Mayer. Mayer deserves a rematch. I
All
don't
right.
think it will be an exciting fight to watch. I don't want to watch it again, but I feel like Mayer deserves a shot at her titles back.
All right. So this is where I'm coming from with it. I totally agree, Brooke.
Good.
I agree with what you
We're
said.
agreeing
Right?
today.
Yes, we're in agreement. But this is the thing. I get it now with the politics
Yeah.
of this game. And I saw where Mayor ain't made enough damn money for her to keep her thumb on that belt. You gotta shift you gotta shift the money over so and give Bumgardner a chance
Yeah.
to pull some money into the division from who she fights and what she does.
Yeah.
That's where I'm getting it from.
Okay.
Okay. So we got uh WBC donated some some little love to us for a shout out. So WBC boxing women's boxing channel, I'm shouting you out. I thank you so much for being, always present. I thank you so much for always supporting Suge and supporting my sister, Brooke D, and really putting your, like I say, put your money where your mouth is in supporting us and making women's boxing a thing, right? But
Right.
I'm gonna go back to what Brooke D is saying, right? Brooke is saying that fight wise, she feel like Mayer won the fight off of, you know, blasting Bumgardner enough times to turn her into a ballet dancer in there. And I
Right.
get it. Okay. But politics now, I'm learning, right? I've been robbed enough times that I understand what politics and politricks mean. I just don't think I also think that Baumgartner, in order for her, Mayor, in order for her to be holding on to those titles like that, and Brooke, I'm saying she's not changing, she's not building, she's not hurting the contenders that are coming, like the strong contender. She's not showing that she's strong enough to hold on to that title. So
Right.
yes, by default, she should have held on to it. But in giving this young broad Baumgardner an opportunity, I think it was the idea that Baumgardner had more fight, more moxie, more pull when it
Yeah.
comes
More
to,
entertaining.
yeah,
Yeah.
her performance and her bringing interest to the division. And
Right.
that's why they gave her the fight.
Yeah. I mean, I see it. I just, that
Right.
was my
And
personal.
I do, and yes, Mayor does deserve the rematch. But guess
She does.
what? I don't think she should get the rematch. She deserves it. I don't think she should get it. Why? Because Merida has gotten a lot of gifts to me. She's gotten
Yes.
some gifts,
She
and she
has.
ain't never rematched nobody. So
No.
what you give is what you get.
Yes, I can. We
Okay.
can read out the statement.
Um, and so goodness, I'm multitasking, y'all. Give me a second. Um, so women
Can you see
boxing.
it? It's on the screen.
It's on, yeah, I'm seeing it. Women's Boxing Channel has brought up a couple points, okay? Now, and I'm gonna go back because me and Brooke we have been going back, and we've been having a spirited conversation, and they've been on the side having theirs. So we going to bring it together, okay? So WBC Women's Boxing Channel has been one of my misfits, one of my guys, or I don't know, a guy or gal, one of my peoples coming in, and always has some good, um, some good input on my conversations and on my topics. Okay, so Women's Boxing Channel mentioned this, on the side chats, um, saying men stop women fighting 3 minutes so there's less money for women, ain't an argument. The reason women get less is Eddie knows if he gets 3 minutes, if he gives 3 minutes, he'd have to pay them the same. What do you think about that, Brooke? What WBC is saying that now? I guess it's King Eddie Earn, and he's the one that's determining the pay grade, I guess. And he's saying now that if women are getting in there for 3 minutes, that they're definitely gonna need to be paid the same. What's your take on it?
I I do think that if we went to 12 3-minute rounds, just like the men, that the pay better get a whole lot more equal than what it is now. But to be honest, I do not truly believe that even if we went to 12 3-minute rounds, we would still get equal pay. I don't think that day will ever happen in women's
Not
boxing.
anytime soon,
No,
right? We were
no,
just talking about I mean, the contenders
but
now aren't working for their money,
no.
and
But I do feel like that, yes, 100%. If they did change it to 3-minute rounds, they better up the ante a little to make it worth our time and change all the changes we'd have to make to do 3-minute rounds now.
because we not, we only get up to 10 rounds, so it's
Right.
10
So if we
2-minute
had
rounds.
12 3-minute rounds,
If there were
your
12 three
training would
minute
have to be
rounds,
different.
the training would have to be different, the funding
You're
would have to be different,
right. You couldn't go
all the
balls to the wall for the whole 3 minutes like we do
not
in
for
the
the whole 3,
2 minute.
not for the whole 3 and the whole
No,
12.
no, I can't do it. I couldn't do it in sparring like that. I mean, I could do it most
Nah,
of it,
you
but you got to take a
that's
few
when you
little
really
breathers.
go in there,
Yeah,
right?
you
That's when
got to
you
take some
really go
breathers.
in there. And
Yeah,
you have to show your skills, and you have to show your tactics and all of that's when you really making your money,
right.
right? Because you got to figure out how to survive in there for the three
But speaking
minutes.
of him saying the 3-minute rounds, we were talking about this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
They WBC and everybody has always said that the reason they don't allow 3 minutes for women is because women are more prone to concussions. Women get concussions easier than men. That is why, for I don't know how many decades, they don't want women to fight 3-minute rounds because they don't want concussions in women. I understand that. But that if that is 100% medically true and the most max we can give is 2 minutes, then I feel like that should be considered equal to the men. If by a doctor's saying that we can't do it because our brains can't absorb 3 minutes of punches, which I still don't think is true. I mean, it's probably true. You can get concussion in 2 minutes. So I don't think
Brooke,
that
I
should be
think
given.
that Brooke, I think that's all excuses, right?
Right.
Because punches for
One
three
punch can
minutes,
give you a concussion.
it is the you know what, put it up there again for me, guys. Put it up there again for me. Brooke, what I'm saying is, oh, women's boxing, I'm gonna say before I say my point, women's boxing comes in and says, women's boxing channel, um the the the, the statement is, and I said this, about the 3 minute, the 3 minute boxing, but um where is he saying, he said, oh gosh, these guys are going at it.
Fine. You got to go all the way back to the
Okay,
fine, but if
yeah.
women are fighting,
I'm sorry, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going through it.
it would be more, yeah, dehydration.
Right, so you seeing it? Okay.
Yeah, I'm reading them all. Are you reading? Are you going to read them
I
out loud and
am,
talk
but I'm
about them?
kind of lost. So, women's
Do you
boxing
want me
channel
to read them?
yeah, go ahead, baby.
So Women's Boxing Channel came in after we read the statement, said, fine, but if
Mm-hmm.
women are fighting same times and distance, that's where they have an argument in court. And then Michael Orr says, with 3 minutes, you would see more technical boxing between these women. Women's Boxing said agree. Mike said it would definitely show the skills of the women. it has to do with dehydration, and it's been scientifically disproven. Women's Boxing Channel says they say it's concussions now. Originally, they said it was because of their periods. That is true. And then it's smokes and mirrors for a reason. That is true that they did not allow women to fight when they were on their period back in, I can't think of what time period, but yet for decades.
Yeah.
You couldn't fight if you were on your cycle because they said if you took too many punches, you would hemorrhage.
You'd be losing too much blood.
Yes. And I don't know. I don't know if they ever scientifically prove that or not, but I fought on my cycle.
Menstruation is not, we're not, when we menstruate, we're not bleeding like that.
No.
Right? This is like,
and if you get hit in the stomach, why is it, I don't know.
Yeah. So yes, we do bleed, it's blood.
They just made up excuses.
They're making, and we need to stop, we need to stop believing the excuses.
Right.
Because you know, women, the only time it gets dangerous for a woman to fight is same as when if a male fight, if she gets hurt in sparring, if she gets hurt previously, right, and she does not have time to heal and recover, she will get hurt, she will die in there, right? But one woman ain't going to hit another woman to the point where she's gonna, you know, she's gonna die in the ring per se, especially for 3 minutes. It's not gonna do that. We're both getting fatigued, right? We're both dealing with the same issues. You know, when you go in after a while, you know, after some rounds, it's more this than this, you know, it's more determination. It's like, this bitch won't stop, right? More so than, oh, I'm getting blasted. So the argument of the 3 minutes, you know, to me, I think women's boxing needed to hold on to, because we were doing our own things. We had our own promoters, we had, you know, our own industry where we determined, you know, there was Ring of Our Own, you know, Arnie Tokyo did that, you know, people who are focusing on women's boxing. So we could have made our own rules per se. We could have started 3-minute boxing on our own, right? With our own promoters, with our own stuff. But now we're so dependent on male boxing. They're the ones that's making the rules. They're putting on the shows, right? Whoever's putting on the shows makes the rules. So we're sitting here waiting to be on a male promoter's show. He promotes male boxing. He doesn't promote women's boxing. We're just gravy on the side, right? Until these guys make up their mind and finally decide to fight, because you know it takes forever for 2 men to fight, right? For 2 named men to fight. Our fights come together within a matter of weeks, months, right?
Exactly.
So to me, it's not a physical thing, it's more political.
Right.
It's a political thing why we're not fighting the 3 minutes. Right. And I think we need to take our industry back into our hands. Why? Because like I said previously, we're getting to this. I don't see where the money is going to be coming like this anymore. I don't see any more mega matches in the near future. You know, I don't see it. It ain't like, you see, you had a fighter like Brooke that took it from Mia, and then it was good to see the rematch again. And then it's like, oh, what? Mia went on, rode off into the sunset. She could fight for something else. And now Brooke can fight for something else because she's somebody, right? These are two valid women that have fought, and now they have a future and a money path on the side. Once you lose against Katie Taylor, you ain't making no more money. Who you gonna fight? Who's gonna pay attention to you?
Nobody's gonna pay that kind of money. But speaking of the Taylor Serrano fight, which I don't want to see the freaking rematch of. I don't want to see
that.
But speaking of that, they were talking about and I'm sure this reference for them asking, but Serrano wanted to do the 3-minute rounds, supposedly. It was in the news. And then Taylor said no because the contracts were already signed. But were both of them not dead tired at the end of that fight?
Oh yes. Yeah,
So
I
they
mean
would
you're
have been
going.
able in that fight, unless they changed their training regimen, been able to go 3-minute rounds. They would have been just standing there like two dummy car people
Yeah, two
in
crash stunt dummies
the
looking at
crash
each
test
other.
dummies in the 8th, ninth, and 10th round because they had exerted everything they had.
Why though? Because their style, they had this amateur ass style in there.
Yes.
So, like, let's call a thing,
Right.
right? They went in there, Serrano too, looking like two glorified amateurs, point fighting and running, not staying in the pocket, not doing what they need to do to earn their money. And then
Right.
going to turn around like, oh, it was $1 million fight. I can't justify the pay for that though, Brooke. You see what I'm
No.
saying?
No.
Right?
Yeah.
So uh I don't want to see that fight again. And to be honest, I don't want to see Katie Taylor run from another fighter for like I'm not looking forward to that. Her style to me is dated now. I've seen enough of it. She hasn't changed. And Serrano, she been around long enough now to be doing something to be more dominant in there at least. Like
Yeah.
Serrano has had, I think maybe 2 or 3 fights since the Katie Taylor fight, and
Really?
it's yes, girl. I felt
I
like I
missed
was
all
watching.
that.
Girl, I felt like I was watching paint dry
I missed all of
because it's
them.
the same thing. Yes,
Yeah. I
look
mean,
it
she's
up.
got the. It, if you study the fighters long enough, you can find a hole because they don't change nowadays unless they've got something hidden that they can adjust, which of them don't. There is no adjustments. This is just what it is.
Oh, and plus, what when you brought up the fact that Serrano tried to get it changed to 3-minute rounds after they signed the contract. Come on now, this bird been in the coop for long enough. That was just her talking like she was
Well,
about.
that was a media
She ain't want,
stunt. That was
yeah,
just
she
to
ain't want to fight no damn 3-minute rounds.
no.
Okay,
That
Women's
was
Boxing
just to
Channel
get
comes and
attention.
says, Bermudez, they allowed Bermudez to fight while she was pregnant. Are you familiar with that story?
Maybe
I
you can
heard
check it
about that
out.
one.
No, I did not know that. Was that recently?
No, this was a bit this was some time ago.
They
Um,
didn't give her a pregnancy test?
that's what I'm saying. It's not that they didn't give her a pregnancy. She
They
fought
just ignored
so
it?
they ignore yes, because what? Nobody checks receipts in women's boxing.
Oh,
You
no.
know that, D.
No, they don't. You know how much I've had fighter not even show up to the damn weigh-in, and I know they was about 20 pounds overweight. Never weighed in.
Tell the story. Nobody checks receipts.
That so I'm gonna throw this out there, and this is not a story that I have ever told anybody, but I will tell you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So the Janine Garside fight.
Ooh.
When I fought Janine Garside, we were both undefeated. I think I was 4-0 or 5-0, and she was like 8-0, or I don't even know. I have to go back and look. But regardless, the fight
Wait,
was
let
a.
me pause it though.
I can go look.
Y'all need to understand that Janine Garside was not no turnover. Janine Garside was also a little monster out here too.
Okay,
Blonde,
I was 4-0.
blonde,
She was
right?
6-0. Yeah,
Blonde. She was tough as nails too, right?
she's. I'm pretty sure she's in the Hall of Fame too.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think.
so these two. This was another super. This is a super fight.
Yeah,
Janine
it was.
Garside versus Brooke
She was
Dierdorff.
working with Jackie Callan.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
but she was from Canada, but the fight was in Michigan, which is just over the border. She's literally
Mm-hmm.
over the border. Um, I went there, because it was a title fight. No, actually, it wasn't a title fight, but there was a rematch clause in the contract that if win or lose, there would be an immediate rematch for her titles, which never
Oh,
happened. But we can talk about
okay.
that later.
Okay.
So when we get there, we get there, and first they were like, "Oh, you gotta go buy a pregnancy test. Like you gotta go to this place and do the check." What? Like what? So they had me running all over the damn place when I first got there, like trying to do all my medicals and stuff, which
Oh, girl, the
usually
medicals.
you
Yes.
don't have to do all that. Like you don't have to do all that. Then then we go to the weigh-ins. She's not at the weigh-ins. So I'm
Oh,
like, what the heck? Well, what are we going to do? Because she's not here. Oh, well, she was having trouble getting over the border. So when she gets here, we'll weigh in. I said, well, when she gets here, I want to see her on the scale.
yeah. Right?
Like
So you
you
hear
watch, I can verify she made
shenanigans?
weight. So the next day comes and I'm like, hey, oh, well, she came in late last night. We weighed her in. Bullshit. I told you I want to see her on the scale. Well, I mean, we've already weighed her in. She made weight. Like, what do you want to do? And of course,
Wow, Brooke.
my dad
Wow.
is
This
like,
some underground shit.
yeah, my dad and my husband are like, just cancel the fight. Cancel the fight. Like, this is some dirty shit.
Yes.
It's not even worth it. The only reason, first of all, you know me. Okay. I was like, screw this bitch. No, I don't care. Plus, I had a bunch of family that traveled and bought tickets to this fight, like several. And they didn't make it very often if it wasn't local.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I
So you
can't.
stuck in it. Yeah, you can't walk away from
I had
that.
all these people drive here, fly here, whatever, buy
They do
tickets.
that. Yes.
I can't back out of the fight now and do that to them. So we went ahead with the fight. When I tell you that when she walked, I never saw her until she walked out for the ring walk.
Wait a minute. So you didn't even see how the fighter
No,
looked?
no.
Yo, Brooke, this is shenanigans. Like
Yeah.
this a worse.
This is the
This is
shit we
pretty
had to deal
bad.
with. Okay. So as she's walking out and she comes out and she takes her stuff off, I'm telling you, go watch the fight. I posted it on YouTube. Go watch the
Okay.
fight. Watch the fight. She
At least
is
you got your footage. Yeah.
I have all my fights. I just didn't allow them to be posted. I didn't want people studying me.
Oh, that's beautiful. I wasn't
If
blessed
someone would
like that.
post something, I would message them, hey, that's you invading my privacy. That's me. Take it down. I used to make them take it down when people would
Oh,
post it. But regardless, when she came out and took her stuff off, she was double, if not triple my size. That fight was at 126 featherweight. And she had a metal knee brace on.
yes, she would wear the knee brace.
Okay. So first, I don't remember if it was the first round. I think it was the first round. She did get me with a good body shot. I took a voluntary knee. Okay, took a voluntary knee. When I took that voluntary knee, and I have it on video, I also have pictures that if you speed through the pictures, she hit me at least 10 times while I was on the ground. What is that? What should have happened?
They should. That's disqualification.
Automatic disqualification.
Period. Mm-hmm. And
He didn't even take a
suspension.
fucking
And
point.
suspension.
He didn't even take a point.
Mm-hmm.
But I have it
This
on
was
video.
where now? This was
Yeah,
up
this was in Michigan.
in Michigan. Okay.
Yeah, at least 10 times. I have, it's so funny because Chris just pulled up like the photos of it and like flipped through them real fast and was counting the shots like through the photos. Like, when you take one of those books and you flip it
And you
and it goes,
flip the pictures. Yeah. The
yeah.
flip book.
And I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it was like 10 times when I was on my knee that she hit me while I was down. And I immediately jumped up and I'm like, that's immediate disqualification. Like she hit me when I was down multiple times, not like once on
So wait a
accident.
minute. You talking to the ref?
Yeah, the ref.
Saying,
So then the
Brooke,
bell rings.
you got some real moxie. A lot of the times I knew that the ref was not on my team.
No, not
I
on my
wasn't even
damn
talking
team
to no
either.
ref.
No. Then the
Mm-hmm.
bell rings. So he walks me back to the corner, and I'm like, dude, she should be disqualified. Do you not know the fucking rules? How do I know the rules and you don't? You're the ref. He didn't. He walked over and gave her a warning and said, you can't hit while they're down. Didn't even take a freaking point. Well, I came back and I annihilated her in the next round because I was so fucking pissed off. That fight was literally back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until I literally just ran out of gas because she was the size difference.
And you were pissed.
And I was pissed, and my mind was in a whole nother space.
So let's talk about that too, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the passion that I'm telling everyone about, right? It's a real fight.
Yeah.
Brooke is in there fighting. It's a real fight. It's not points. It's not this and this. It's
Yeah. And I mean the thing with it is, back then, I mean, I never told anybody about it. I never talked about this shit before because I don't want people to say, oh, you made excuses. You're making excuses on why you lost. I'm not making excuses. And like, I'm to the point now where I don't give a shit what people think. I mean, I never did, but I didn't want people to say you're just making excuses because I actually hate it when fighters make excuses for why they lost. But I didn't really lose all my fights. You're talking about how many violations in this fight. She never weighed in. She didn't make weight. She was way bigger than me. She kneed me in the face, and I got a cut right here from that metal brace.
From the metal. She shouldn't even had the damn metal brace.
Yeah, I had a cut right here underneath my eye because when I went down before she started punching me, she kneed me with the brace. So I had a cut. Not to mention she hit me multiple times when I was down. Didn't even get a point deduction. Like how many things have, and I also contested that fight. And they never
like Chevy's contesting her.
Yes.
Right, but this is the thing, Brooke. You see how you feel about that story? And listen, if I had even heard, if you had even came and I'm like, okay, it's all shenanigans. They doing this to us.
Yeah,
right?
They do.
We hold it. Fighters like us, we hold it.
Yeah, you don't want to hear nobody
saying,
oh, you're just making excuses.
Right. We don't want anyone to say, oh, because you got beat, now you making shit up.
Yeah, I'm not making, no.
No, these are valid. Like you walked in, Brooke, do you know you walked into a situation that could have been tragic?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right, but because of who I am and I have family there.
Until fight time.
Not until she walked out of the back. And she was like 20 minutes late coming. I was in the ring waiting for like 10 minutes before she came out.
She had a knee brace on in the ring. They could have wrapped her hands with her fist with nickels for all you concerned.
I know she hit. Yeah, it felt like there was something in there.
You see what I'm saying? No one's checking the receipts in women's boxing. No. And we have these stories, and these are valid, real stories that need to be told. People think that, oh, it's women's boxing or whatever. The men are more protected than we are. But yet we still go in and we still fight and we still do this because there's a passion inside of us. These are stories. These are real stories. At the end of the day,
Brooke, was done on purpose.
Yeah.
They did that on purpose.
You walked into an ambush. Yeah.
I was a threat. They did that on purpose.
You were a threat because you
and they didn't give me the rematch. We had a rematch clause in the damn contract for her belt. They wouldn't even pick up the phone.
Okay. These are the stories, right? This is the talk. This is the talk, right? Everybody else asks questions. How do you fight? You feel you're going to be chanting, you this, you that. What about this story? Like, what about shit like this?
I've been through some nasty, some dirty shit. I'm sure you have too.
Yeah. And the thing is, a lot of it too is you can get blackballed, right, Brooke?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody will pick up the phone, after a while, or, you get You get set up on another
Yep,
thing, so you got to tread lightly.
you do.
Good thing your husband was really involved, because some of us, Shug, my ex-husband was not as protective of me with what was going going on.
Right.
So it was me having to I'm sorry, navigate, and I got my juice bag now.
Did you bring your drink this week?
Girl. And I got to talking, so it does throat throat done really dried out. Okay, so
Yeah.
you had two brains thinking.
Yeah.
It was
I mean,
me
I
trying
should have
to.
took their advice. I shouldn't have done it, but it's just not who I am.
She said it's just not who I am, and did it right. Went through the fight.
Telling you though,
Showed.
if she'd have made weights and wouldn't have done all that illegal shit, what I was giving it to her too. I mean, that shit was back and forth. So I think it would have been a different
I
fight had
think
she been the same
I
side.
I don't have. I never saw the footage on the fight. I saw the images that were out on the fight, and I heard about it. I was in Canada at the time, and I was I was a fan of yours, so I wanted to come down.
Yeah,
You
that
was
one
up,
hurt too because that was my first loss.
right? I was and Jackie Kalen at the time too. I was looking for representation, and Jackie Kalen was in love with Janine Garside, right? She
Yeah,
she wasn't, so she
she
pulled
was
her
there.
strings.
Yeah,
She pulled her string. Janine was supposed to be the next best, the greatest, the next best thing besides orange juice in the morning for breakfast. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
so you were the threat up there because you were the scourge of the North
yeah,
in that weight division. So they had to get through you in order to be valid.
yeah.
Okay. So that's what happened. And you did come a long way though, Brooke. I love I'm we already almost 2 hours in, but Brooke, you sharing all of this stuff is making me emotional because Brooke, you won. You
Yeah.
won. You don't understand that you won. You got a belt. You fought through all that bullshit. You a bad bitch. Like you fought and won. These are shenanigans
Yeah.
that I couldn't even make it through the shenanigans. And you
Yeah.
did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's not the only one. I mean, there's lots of stories, but I don't make excuses. So it is what it is. That's why I always just
But
tell people,
stop saying that, Brooke, because it's not excuses.
no.
These are
I
not
mean, that's why I
excuses.
have
These
losses on my record, but I tell people to this day I didn't lose all of them.
SETI coming in, much respect, Brooke.
Thank you.
SETI sports
Yeah, I
training.
did not lose all of them. And I'll tell you that to this, I tell everybody that even when it happened, but I didn't lose the fight.
I
It's
believe
boxing.
you. I'm gonna say
Yeah.
it like I
I
didn't
mean,
lose
you're
all of
fighting
my
all top
fights.
five title holders in their
All
hometown with no team backing you. Like,
Brooke, you won.
yeah,
Brooke, for you to even get into Hall of Fame, you know, as political as our industry is, show the ring. Yeah, sport the there it is.
can you see it or is it
Okay.
blurry? Is it
Girl,
blurry?
put it
Okay.
up to the thing so we put it on so we could see the girl, put it on your finger.
Girl.
There it is.
It's
Okay.
still blurry though.
Bring it back a little bit, but give me one of these. There it is. I mean, we and
It's still
and
blurry, but
you should
it's
have,
there.
I should have got a picture of it so we could have put it up. But
It's
it's a
there.
nice ring. It's the
That's a
Women's
better answer.
Boxing Hall of Fame
So yeah,
ring.
it is.
Okay. And it's a part of our history. Brooke D is on my show. She's shared stuff that was off the record on this Sugar show. You
Gotta
see what
share
I'm
with Suge.
you see what I'm saying? And it's something that I felt in my heart, and a lot of other women fighters in the game, we know what this gladiatress went through.
Yeah.
It's like she said, like nights. Like one of my favorite movies is, what's that movie with Russell Crowe? Gladiator,
Gladiator.
right?
Yeah.
And going through it, I kind of, it's those same kind of feels when you
Right.
see a fellow broad and she's in that auditorium, and like the lions and all that shit is around her, and she still got to fight the person in front of her, and she's
Right.
whooping ass. Like that was me, I could say, watching Brooke. Chevy came in, helped Brooke. Other Terry Blair sparring with Terry, others who she mentioned on here, because Terry Blair was no joke neither, right? She
Well,
was,
yeah, she got a lot of robberies too.
oh my gosh, right?
Lot.
And for her to have, for them to finally deem her a Hall of Famer, acknowledges, the blood, sweat, and the tear, and the feels
Yeah.
of her getting in there.
Yeah, that was like,
It's
yeah.
not the political stuff that y'all seen. I don't know any of the young broads now who I would consider a future Hall of Famer. Except for, I mean, Clarissa Shields, of course, because she winning everything. But tell me who you see. Tell me who you identify with right now, Brooke.
As like a me,
Yeah.
there's nobody that's like me.
You know
None
what,
of them
Brooke?
fight like me. None of them fight like I do.
I don't think none of them. I don't see any.
I don't
The
see any that fought like that fight like you did.
we the old school. Like, I think maybe another generation. Maybe if we give back or whatever. Women's
Yeah, Katie
boxing channel
Taylor
said
Taylor will
Katie
make Hall
Taylor
of
will
Fame.
be, but a true Hall of Famer. You see
Yeah.
what I'm
Though
saying?
Katie Taylor and Clarissa obviously
Yeah, I'm talking
that's a
about
given.
a true Hall of Fame, like Brooke D. Brooke D. Listen to Women's Boxing Channel. Hear her story from the beginning of the show till now. Brooke D. stepped into this game
I mean, yeah, you can rack the
without no
top
points.
five fighters
Yeah, like zero. Like she stepped
from
in the open division
yeah, and
without
then
having no
going.
fights.
I mean, my from fourth fight with Mia fought her to Janine,
Four
to
fights, Mia
Janine,
St. John, and I'm not. Mia
Alicia
St. John
Ashley,
wasn't
Jennifer
easy.
Barber, Olivia Gruel. I mean, it just I fought them
Olivia
all,
Garula, and people
all
think
of them.
Olivia Garula is no, she's not. That's a tough broad out there too.
Yeah,
I would say she's more of a gatekeeper. If you're not at a certain level, you're not going to get past Olivia. If you're not
yeah,
at a, but can't not anybody's going to get past Olivia Garula.
right.
That's the thing, right? So, like a fighter like Brooke D, um, I don't see any fighter with that grit
Yeah,
right now. That's what I'm saying. I call Brooke
I don't
D
either.
Gangsta Boo, R.I.P. Gangsta Boo, because the real Gangsta Boo just passed. But that moxie to step, I know a women's boxing channel, you like Sandy Ryan, you know what I'm saying?
Jackie
Um,
Nava, but yeah, she was.
Jackie Nava was brilliant, but Jackie Nava
Jackie was back in
is
our time.
is our time. Jackie Nava is
We're
our time.
talking
We
about
talking
today
about a
fighters.
new. We talking
So
about
the
a new
only
wet
one that
nose.
I thought could have stood a chance to where we were even remotely was Baumgartner when she was coming up until I watched her fight Mayer. When she was tested, you saw a whole different fighter.
I saw it when with her first loss. That
Okay.
girl,
I
goodness,
didn't see that
Leonardo
fight.
Leonardo.
Okay, I
Yes,
didn't see that one. So,
Leonardo was like you. That
okay.
fighter reminds me of you.
Okay.
That fight, she
I'll have to
fought
go
Katie
watch that one
Taylor.
because I didn't see that
Watch
one.
her. She's kind of like she's not as but she got the similar style to you.
Breakus
Um,
had a great record.
Cecilia
That's
Breck
the
has had a
point.
great record because she
Record.
paid for that. Do you know I was on her doorstep? Like she wouldn't fight. She wouldn't fight any
We've
real
talked about this how
threats.
many times that records don't matter in women's boxing.
Tell them, Brooke,
Because if they have an undefeated record,
it's
they
not
paid
real.
for it.
It's not real.
Or they
It's
didn't
not
fight
real.
nobody. Go back and look at the fighters of our era that were undefeated or only had one or two losses. Look at the names and the records of the fighters that they fought.
Okay.
And then
And they
go
were
look at
getting the
some of the,
fights.
yeah. Look,
Yep, right. Because they were number one. They
they might
couldn't
have fought
fight.
one name that was known. Everybody
Right.
else
So
was
everybody wanted to
tomato
fight
cans.
them because they
Right,
couldn't fight compared to everybody else that was licking their chops in
right,
line.
right.
Right. So they were able to get fights. People wanted to fight them.
Yes,
Right. And then number two, they paying for these
right.
fights, right? But the real
Yeah,
contenders out here, you heard what Brooke had to go through. Brooke fighter didn't even weigh in.
that was just
Didn't even
one.
weigh in and wore a damn knee brace in the ring.
The metal
You're
one,
not
not the
supposed
leg
a
slide
metal
on
knee
kind.
brace. Where's the receipt?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like this is what fighters like Brooke is y'all. I mean, people sit here when Sugar's on her show by herself. Now you got Brooke and me. We're chatting. This is a conversation. Y'all are involved too, right? Women's boxing channel, right? You're hearing it from the both of us,
Yeah.
right? The record, it ain't about the record. It's about the
No.
broad. It's
Women's
about the
the
broad.
records, you might as well take them and throw them in the trash. That is the one question that I will refuse to answer when people ask me.
What's your record?
What's your record?
I'll
I say,
answer
ask me
that.
who I fought
Thank you.
and where and what were they ranked. Then we can talk.
Women Boxing Channel says, I see Hall of Famers in different ways. Breakers, Nava, Couch, whoever era they all were, catalysts and started up boxing in their own countries. That's one thing, baby.
Yeah.
But let's talk about fighting, right? It's not all in the same thing, right?
I
Great, you
think
started it, and
Jackie Nava already in the Hall of Fame?
yes, Jack and
So is
deservingly,
Couch.
yes. And Jane
Couch is
Couch, yeah.
okay.
I don't know about break the bag lady. Women Boxing
Well,
Channel
she's still
hate when I
fighting.
say that. So what you think about the announcement 2 days before her fight, talking about I'm back? What did
The
you
only
think
place it
about
was
that?
even posted was on her own personal social media page. It wasn't even
Me
on any
drinking this
boxing site.
Capri Sun.
I got my soda from dinner. But it
Girl,
wasn't
it
even
was only
posted
posted on her.
on
Girl,
her
what you?
personal Facebook page or her personal social media pages. I
Girl,
didn't see it on any
girl. When I
worthy.
seen that, you know what I? Where you run to?
It wasn't even on BoxRec when
Box
she announced it. And I'm like, who is she fighting? She
It
didn't say
wasn't
who she
on
was
box
fighting.
right. I was like, oh, this broad ain't for real. Talking about I'm back. Oh, she talking shit. And 2 days later, when she in the ring fighting whoever that.
Why wasn't it put where was the video footage?
Now you know, cause you know Chevy went over there and beat her up, and still no footage to this day.
Yeah, I can't believe I every fight I went to, I videotaped myself. If I had to set up a tripod in that bitch.
Man, Brooke, you gotta, Brooke. It's more than a podcast for you. You gotta. I need you to be somebody manager or somebody's, corner or something like that, because you wasn't playing
No,
and you were fighting. You were like, we gonna record this.
I am recording it.
I'ma see. I need to see that broad on the scale,
Yes.
and and
I
I'm
didn't
gonna get
record the
ready to
weigh-in.
whoop
I
her
should
ass
have.
tomorrow.
But yes, I wanted every fight because I knew every damn promoter records the shows. Do you know how many times my footage was shitty because I had some random ass dude or somebody, hey, can you record this for me?
But
Or I
that
had to set it up in an awkward spot. So it's
I'm so
really a
glad.
shitty
I'm so
recording.
glad you did that, bro.
But do you know how many times I've asked the promoters, which I'm sure you have too,
And
for a copy of the fight, and they
Yep.
never give it to you,
And
even
they
though you
never
know
give
they
it.
have recorded it.
Yep. 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 That was my mistake. I always depended and trusted the promoter.
Yeah, they didn't never. I think I had maybe
Never
one or two promoters give me actually, it
Yeah.
was my WBC title fight in Mexico. They did give me footage.
Oh, how nice. Right?
And I don't think anybody else gave me footage.
You're not gonna and you're not gonna get footage.
No.
You're not gonna get.
So I
There were
have my own
times,
recordings.
Brooke. There was times that I just randomly saw my fight on the internet.
Yeah,
And it
I did
doesn't have
too.
my name on it or anything. And it's like, that's me. That's my fight. You know what I'm saying?
I did back in the day see some of my fights come across there, and I would contact the person that posted it and tell them to take it down because I didn't want footage of me out there then.
Say it again. Yep.
So I
You
would
don't
contact,
want
hey,
footage
that's
of
me,
you.
copyright, take it down. I didn't give you permission to post that. So they'll remove it.
Oh, see, I wasn't smart. I wasn't sharp like that.
Yeah.
Right. So I was just like, how do you get that? I'm asking questions.
Maybe they were at the fight or somebody was at the fight
Yeah,
or
right. So
they
it's
just
like,
recorded it.
and then my name is not tagged to it, so it's like I don't know.
Right.
I can't find. You can't even really find it again unless you remember how it came to you.
Like how it came up, right?
Yeah. So I mean, these are all mistakes that women gladiators had to navigate through and still continue to do this and still continue to want to do this. What made you continue to want to do it, Brooke?
Well, I mean the titles. I wanted a title. So that was like the initial reason was when I started, I was going to be a champion. So like, and I wanted to leave a mark in the sport. And I knew by taking the path that I took, fighting who I fought, I definitely would leave a mark. But I also needed to have a belt before I left because every one of those top 5 contenders that I fought was a title defense in their hometown. So technically, I could have 4 or 5 belts right now. But, I didn't get the decisions. So that's how that went. But I wasn't leaving without one. So once I got that belt, I think I had, I don't know, a couple fights after that. But then I was getting older. Me and my husband had just got married in 2010, and we wanted to have more kids. So after I got the title, we did a couple more fights, and then right after we got married, we decided it was time. I wasn't going to make money, and once I got pregnant and I found out I was pregnant with the second one, I knew I wasn't coming back after that, just because first of all, it was hard enough to come back the first time after I had
Oh boy.
And I was older. Getting old. I mean, I wasn't old, but older.
But you just feeling it.
Felt like I had accomplished something. I knew there was no money to be made after I had my second one. I was like, you know what? It's time for me to actually be a better mommy and be with my kids more. And I knew even if I came back, I would have got more titles, but I wasn't going to get more money. And I just couldn't. It's dangerous. It's a dangerous sport. Anything can happen. And now
you got 2 babies now.
I got 2 babies to think about now.
Yeah.
So at that point, I was just like, I'll just train and have fun with it. But man, I miss it.
Me too.
But man,
Me
after
too, Brooke. I do.
and
I do.
especially now that they're making the money, like I can't tell you how many times my husband and I have talked about me coming out of retirement.
Really, Brooke?
You would be surprised how many times I've thought about. But then I think, okay, it's going to take at least 2 to 3 fights before I can get to the money, right? Because I got to build my way back up in the rankings.
I mean, I don't think you would need to build yourself back up in the rankings.
Well, I'm certainly not going to
You've
walk into
left
my first fight with
equity.
a 6-figure payday. They're not going to let me fight the
Left
champion without.
equity in the business. Katie Taylor would fight Brooke D, the Hall of Famer. Yes, because now you validate her as a legend,
Yeah.
right? You see
But
what I'm
now I just
saying?
had another baby a year ago. So let's just say having a baby at 40 years old, the weight doesn't come
Go
off the
ahead,
same.
girl. Go ahead.
So I need to get myself, but I need to start being more healthy again and working out. But yeah, I'm 41 now. I just, we've thought about it. I've definitely been tempted. If I could get that big ass payday and just be at bounce, but all the work you got to do to get in that kind of shape, it's a whole nother, like people don't
That's what I'm
understand.
saying. And if I can't go hard like I used to,
Right.
because I
And I
know
just don't know that
me,
my body will be able to do what my
your
mind
body.
wants it to do. I know I could get it there, but that's a lot of freaking work.
Well, this is the thing, Brooke. This is what I see. A fighter like you coming back in the game,
A lot
you're
of them
not
are
going to
doing it.
fight the same. It's going
No.
to be a different Brooke. But
Yeah.
that Brooke is dangerous.
Yeah.
That no mercy is dangerous. Why? Because you have a different thought process now.
Yeah.
And you thought it was no mercy before? You
Yeah.
know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, I think about it, and the biggest thing I think is why we've thought about it so much is because I have a lot of people with McCaskill because she's Chicago. I represented Chicago,
I wouldn't
even
fight if I were you. I wouldn't give McCaskill that honor.
why that would be an easy way to become undisputed.
No, girl, she ain't getting no. Don't give her no pennies off of you. She don't
I'm not
deserve it.
even saying the pennies, but girl, I would be undisputed
They not. Let me tell you something with that one. You see, they laying low with McCaskill. I don't even
now.
talk to her, but
Now,
her ass should be stripped. Like she shouldn't have none of
no,
those
she should be
belts.
stripped, and maybe that's why they're not talking because
Yeah,
maybe she
that's
has
why they're
been
not
stripped
talking.
and
They
they're not
think people
saying.
gonna forget.
But I'm just saying, back in the day when she first became undisputed, that's when my initial was,
She would have never fought you, Brooke.
oh, I can come out of retirement, just take all them damn belts.
McCaskill would have never fought you. She
Well,
would have never fought you.
I don't know. Maybe not, but
She wouldn't
um,
gonna fight you.
maybe
Yeah.
not. But that used to piss me off when they used to go around saying that she was the first female fighter to
Uh
ever hold a world title
I
in
fought her.
Chicago.
I don't pay McCaskill no mind because McCaskill is made she's a made fighter. Okay. I feel like also I'm doing the excuse game when I talk about McCaskill. People may look at me as a hater or whatever. They don't know what went on behind the scenes. Just like how you got your behind the scenes story. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
But
tell me.
I'm gonna leave it like that. Um so with the McCaskill fight, I have my feelings about that because I was supposed to fight another fighter at the time who she ended up fighting, and it was at a heavier weight. So McCaskill would not fight me at she wouldn't even fight me at a catch weight or anything like that. You're right. It was um me having to come down to I think 132 pounds And then the people who was working with at the time said, okay, if she makes 34, you know, the fight can happen. And they're like, okay, fine. I went down, I went down there, but this, this fight was being negotiated and everything. They came to me with a 2 week notice fight.
Oh,
Okay. I didn't know of McCaskill at the time, and the person who was putting together my previous fight, I didn't know that they somehow were connected with the uh, McCaskill camp, right?
oh,
So they knew, okay, I was preparing for so me dropping the weight so fast makes me an easy target,
right.
right? So the person that I was working with said, okay, well, we have this fight, and they want you at 30. You're already in pretty good. You're already in good shape. All you got to do is get down to 34, right? So I was like, did put my feelers out there, and I thought, okay, I didn't get the fight my weight that I wanted to. That fighter pulled out of the contract. So I said, well, okay, I'm in shape. All I got to do, I'm 140. All I got to do is suck down and get the 34. 2 weeks notice though. Okay. So I sucked down to the 34 in 2 weeks notice, went to Chicago. Um, Thanks, Omar Johnson, saying everyone leave a like for this comment. Went to Chicago, met all the people, tried to
So why
be.
did I not know you were fighting there?
It was
Like, how did I miss this whole fight? Because I'd
it
have been
was
there.
one of them. It was like boom, right? Um, it had everything was just okay.
Yeah.
You want to do this, and this is how it was before. This is my journey in the game, Brooke. It was just me. And I wasn't as strong as you when it comes to, oh, y'all ain't gonna get over on me with this shit. Y'all, I need to see the pictures. I need to see this. I wasn't like that. Right? I was trusting people to do right by me. And they just didn't,
They
right?
don't.
And
No.
right, and I was naive. So the people working with me was working, everybody worked together, everybody trying to get a buck here and there. Me, you saw after I fought McCaskill, who did she fight next? Katie Taylor,
Yeah.
right? So it was the whole time with the whole everything going on, basically. When I got there, there was a whole bunch of other things. I don't know if you really know of me, but I never fought in the conventional outfit,
Yeah.
right?
No, I
So,
know of you. Yes.
yeah. So when I showed up, the commissioner comes to me right before I get in the ring. Oh, you can't wear that, right? Oh, what's in your water bottle? Oh, you're going to have to pull a test, like just a whole bunch of shit, right? Before,
Yeah.
and it was just me alone, right?
Yeah.
I had people to come, but they weren't like my people. They were just there. So I'm like, no, I'm not doing a test for what's in my water bottle, and you gonna have to go out to Walmart and get you some shorts because you're not fighting in this outfit. And I sat back there, I was like, I guess I won't be fighting. Just a whole bunch of shenanigans, right?
Right.
And after a while, I ended up just going out there. By the time I went out there with what happened in the background, Brooke, and maybe I didn't articulate everything I should because there was a whole lot of other stuff, I was fuming.
Yeah.
So when I walked out there, I was, I just wanted to fuck somebody up.
Right.
Okay. And so when she came, we going back and forth, right? What happened with me is I wasn't prepared because I dropped weight so
Yeah.
fast.
I've done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never been dropped before. I don't think she's strong, but she's not the type of fighter to be banging people out because I dropped weight so fast. She
Yeah.
caught me with her shot and she dropped me. So I got up and I'm like, oh shit. When I was down there, I'm like, all right, try and get myself together. So
Right.
then when she's coming in again, and now I know I have to keep her out.
Yeah.
We not banging no more because I just got hurt, and I've acknowledged that.
Right.
The referee jumped between both of us and said, "Don't you see she can't stay? She's not standing on her feet. The fight's over." I said, "What? Who's not standing?" I'm looking at him. Then I realize, oh my gosh, this shit is happening. I just got stopped. I just got stopped. So when I went back there, there were some people who was like, why they stopped the fight? You were going back and forth. I had nothing to say. A couple days later, I realized is when I realized the people that was working with her people. They had me on their radar a long time ago. The fight that so-called fell through was not a fight that was gonna go through.
Right.
They had me thinking that I was going to fight homegirl, and then the 2-week notice after that was for me to drop weight that fast,
Right.
so I could take the fight with McCaskill, because they knew what was gonna happen. A
Yeah.
fighter cannot drop so much,
I went
cannot
down to
drop.
122 one time for the Ashley fight, and I was no,
You see what I'm saying?
no. And I
And
didn't.
even I'm finding
I was,
out.
and that was when I was fighting at featherweight 126. I'm like, it's 4 pounds, bro. Yeah, I can drop four, but I didn't have 4 pounds.
You right?
Back then, I was ripped. I didn't have 4 pounds.
You don't have, right?
Well,
So yeah, I'm at
yeah,
140.
I feel you there.
I'm
I
in
would
top.
never do that again.
Yeah, I I shouldn't have went down. I shouldn't
No.
have trusted everybody. I shouldn't have taken the fight. And I'm learning. I've heard a lot more from then that it was a setup, right?
Yeah.
It was
There's
a
a
set.
lot of those.
Yeah, I was on their radar for a very long time. I was in hiatus, right? And so I was ripe for the picking if
Yeah.
I did take
That
the
was,
fight
yeah.
to come
That was
out.
very similar to like when I took the Jennifer Barber fight in Colorado. Like the promoter was, I mean, and we thought for sure he was like on our side. Like it was made like that it was set up for me, and like she was the opponent coming
Yeah.
in. Then we show up there, and they carry around those binders like with all their papers and shit in
Yeah.
it. Well,
Mm-hmm.
guess whose big ass picture was the cover of the freaking binder? Jennifer Barber.
Wow, Barber.
So the fight was for her, but I thought it was for me the whole time.
That's how they
So
do
I
it.
got freaking screwed on that decision.
That's how they do
I
it.
already knew going in when I saw her picture on the damn thing. Chris was like, I thought you said you didn't even know Barber, like that this
That's
was
what they
all
do,
right.
right?
Like, what the
Because
fuck?
that's
She's
what
on
they
the
did to
cover of your
me.
book.
Yeah. When I
What?
went down, so when I went down there, I didn't, you just seen, it was all McCaskill's people. You
Yeah.
seen who paid they money, who is paying for her. You
Yeah.
see that it was for her,
This shit
right?
is real. We're definitely not making it up. People
So
always
I
say, oh,
mean,
excuses, excuse. Ain't no damn excuse. That's what happened.
I just,
That's why I
I
never
feel
said
like,
anything right after. I mean, that's why I didn't never say, oh, they were interviews. Well, what happened in the fight? Didn't get the decision.
that's it.
You know how boxing works.
Yeah, that's,
Where did I fight her? Who's
yep.
defending?
Oh, yes.
It went the distance, okay?
Yeah. Yeah. You got to drop the hints that way,
Yeah.
right?
I did, yeah. So, but I never, yeah,
And
I
then
didn't want the
listen,
name of,
McCaskill, and I didn't know her boyfriend, trainer, whoever the hell he is now. He has a habit, or he has a fetish of trolling the women who McCaskill fights. So
I can see that.
he came to me, and I didn't realize this until Mary McGee came out and said it, right?
Yeah.
Came to me on a troll account and was like trolling me, how did her punches feel and things like that. And I thought it was somebody who
A
liked the fight
fan.
or whatever. So
Right.
I'm answering. And then he just started saying like like the troll started saying like some really like off the wall shit, off the chain shit. And I was like, okay, this is this is a troll. But when like there are other women boxers in women's boxing who we've compared the troll messages that have come to all of us,
Yeah.
and one
They're
of
all
them
the
knew for
same.
sure it was Rick Ramos, and we were like, yep, it's the same person, they're saying the same type of things.
What the
And
heck?
yes, girl, I don't know if I could find them still. I'm gonna try to find them and
Yeah.
show them to you. But
Send it to
yeah,
me.
he does stuff like that, and then turn around,
I mean, I
and
can see that because he's like so obsessed. Okay. The one thing, I mean, I'm not going to say he's not maybe, I mean, he could be a good trainer. I mean, he's
I don't
whatever.
see it.
I don't see it, but okay,
He
whatever.
trained Jessica. I don't think Jessica
I
McCaskill.
knew Rick Ramos from Windy City Gym,
Okay.
okay, because he used to go to that gym before he was a trainer, okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
I mean, I was training in Chicago where he is, but the thing with it is I just don't understand. My biggest pet peeve is, okay, she's won the belts, okay, whether she won them or not, she has the belts. The only thing that really disturbs me is when he takes photos with the belts like they're his.
You see that? Do you see that? Brooke, you see that, right?
I'm like,
This man is living vicariously through at least McCaskill's getting
those are
in there
not
fighting.
your titles.
Those are not your belts, you punk ass. Give the
Like,
woman her belts. Let
I
her.
can't, like, Chris has never taken a freaking photo with my belt. He's taking a photo with me with my belt
With your
on.
belt. Yeah, because yeah.
But
You see
the
that
only
though,
time he's
right?
ever even carried my belt is when we're walking to the freaking ring and he's the one holding it.
You have a great man. You
I'm
got a great
like,
man.
that's
Hmm.
the only thing. I mean, I don't want to talk a bunch of shit about either one of them,
We're
but
not talking shit about
I'm just
anybody,
saying
but this
I
is
don't get
it.
that. Like,
This is
those are
it.
not your titles. You did not win them.
This it. You did.
Like, stop it.
Women's boxing comes into not weighing the conference, I mean. So I don't know what you mean by that, women's boxing channel, but I don't think the manager or anybody should be sporting the belts like
No.
that besides the fighter, right?
Yeah.
But and then when you ask her anything, Rick,
She
it's like
always
Rick should
says,
shove his hand up her butt and do, you know what I'm saying? It's like
yeah,
is there any part of you that is there any part of you that is gonna be real?
right.
You know what I'm saying? Anybody that's where I am with her. I felt good that it was her that beat Cecilia Brækhus, because I was waiting. Cecilia Brækhus had put my ass to collect dust on the shelf. She said, "Bitch, I'll never fight you." Basically, Cecilia Brækhus did
She
that to me.
wasn't fighting nobody.
So,
And she didn't think that was going to happen with
right,
Jessica. The only
right,
reason
and
that
I
it
think that's
happened,
probably why she took the fight, right? Because Jessica beat Sugar,
yeah,
so let me see. I should be.
I should be
I'm gonna
able to
be.
beat her. Like,
Yeah,
it'll be a good,
yeah.
whatever, good challenge.
So I'm glad that's what happened,
Yeah. But it was the
right?
pressure. Anybody with pressure would beat her. Come on now.
Anyone who knew how to corner the mouse
Yes.
was going to beat her.
Yes.
Right. And so I mean, it is what it is. We're going into 2.5 hours, Brooke, and I'm so glad that you're sitting here with me talking about this. But just to, the tail end of this show now, Brooke, future wise, what do you want to see? What do you want to see in women's boxing? And don't tell me nothing that everybody done said before. Tell me something that you know. Tell me something that you know we could have used back in the day, right? Tell me
Something we
something.
can.
Yeah, tell me something. Tell me something that's going to make this shit turn around and be real again.
We need it would be nice if we would come up with, like you said, like our own separate league. Like the UFC has like the
Yes.
different stages of the UFC and then
Thank you.
all the different ones. We need a separate women's boxing stage, like solo from the men. So it's all women fights. And then maybe we can have one male fight come over as the special attraction fight.
I think so. And I don't think that's unreasonable.
I don't even think it's unrealistic. It's just we have to have females that have the power to do so. I don't think you're going to get a male to do it. Maybe, maybe.
So you think we got to get our muscle, other women who are supportive
Women come
of
together and
women
do it.
fight.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there may be a handful of men out there that would do it nowadays
Mm-hmm.
that might have the right connection.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, it's possible, but ideally, I don't see any of them really putting that much effort into it.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, it can't be like we don't have enough pull or connections or money that it would
See,
take to do. So I mean, you'd have to have women with power or
well, we do. So that's the thing, Brooke, and I totally agree. I love that you said that. Us women, we never looked where the money for us was. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
We were always looking to share the money of, where the guys were getting the money from. Oh,
right,
now you pay us too,
right.
right? If we had built our own, let's build our own networks, our own business, our own, we not, of course, you're not going to get millions of dollars, or maybe with women fighting, but you're going to make some money with us,
Right.
right? If we would get together and or get together with other powerful women, other women with money, men who are pro women combat,
Yes.
women fighting,
Even men
and
fighters that are,
and male fighters that'll put money in, and
yes.
and make it, it's not going to be this huge thing, but make it enough where it
They
is.
could do like they did, like the Road to Undisputed that Eddie Hearn just did with Cameron and McGee and Callie Reese and like all of them, that little tournament type thing. You could
But
even do
did you see it didn't end? Like there was no
it never
conclusion
ended
to it.
because Callie Reese was supposed to fight Cameron, but then I don't know if it was because she was doing her movie or she got an injury. I think it was something with health. And then she did that movie. So they put in
That's pulling a fast one.
okay, but whatever. Or what I thought would be cool, aside from doing our own league, is how I think the UFC does what is it where they bring like a whole bunch of fighters in a weight class, and then they have the fighters come in and train them, and then they're like teamed up. What is it, Ultimate Fighter?
I think that is Ultimate Fighter.
Okay, something like that, like where you bring them all in for the season, and then they
I
all
think
fight each
so.
other, and
I
then
hear you.
whoever wins gets like the big payday plus
Now
the
you're
belt plus the
talking.
ranking,
Yes.
and then they go back to regular and they're ranked and they got the
Yes.
belt. Something
Yes.
like that even.
Yes. Yes. And I think it would make the sanctioning bodies fair,
Right,
right? More fair.
right.
Because it could be for each title, right? Everyone get together and they get together for this Ultimate Fighter for this title.
Yes.
Everyone's getting together Ultimate Fighter for this title. right? Things have to be done differently for women boxers, women's
Exactly.
boxing.
Right.
We can't expect to do it like the male boxing. We have not established ourselves that way. In us doing stuff like that, now we are establishing ourselves, and everybody can make a little bread. Everybody can make some, because if it's a buy-in, if you're gonna buy into this ultimate championship
Right.
women's tournament, it's like you have your sponsors, or you have your people that's going to seal your spot in the tournament, in the match.
Exactly.
Right? And as you win, right, you build
Yep. You're
you
building
know
your name. You're building
you're
your
building your
reputation.
name,
You're
right?
building
This
your
match come
rankings.
together, the winner of this match, she's the purse now is added on to the one who wins, and she moves on.
Yes.
Right? And you work for your pay.
Yes.
That way. Right? It's a good gamble, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
And it would be exciting to watch.
And it would be exciting to watch, and we would have more longevity, because then you have a proper ranking.
Right.
You have women who, oh, she didn't make it, but if she comes back, or when she comes back, she can win a spot where she comes back.
Right.
Stuff like that makes it more interesting.
Exactly.
Because the way it's going now, Brooke, the way it is now, I just don't see the longevity. I don't see where we're going to hold people's interest. I don't see where it's saucy like how we used to have.
Well, then that's just simply because right now there's only a dozen, not even half a dozen names that people really talk about.
And why though?
Because those are the only ones that they're showing. What about all there's some great up and coming ones that are just turning pro.
There's no platforms for them.
So
there's no platforms for them.
No.
And then
they need to, we need more exposure for all. They showcase the up and coming males and they talk about them. The women need showcase too, with the up and coming talent that's coming up.
Well, hey, so-and-so who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? Somebody. You know what I'm saying? It's free. These up and when Shakur was coming up, all of them guys was up and coming. The Tank and them coming up. Who was their backers though?
About them.
Who was their backers?
You knew about them
before they even hit.
Yes,
they had backers.
They're like, watch out for him because he's coming. What about there's
no backers for the women, right? And then we don't back each other.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when we get to that place, like say two fighters fight, the winner will go on, the other gets literally thrown in the garbage.
Yep.
So
they do.
There's no room for growth right now.
No.
There's none. None. Right. So I agree with you with the I think we do need to.
Once they move on, they're gonna have to pick somebody else to showcase, or it's gonna just hit rock bottom.
It's gonna hit rock bottom. I don't see. Can you remember any broad from the last Olympics?
No.
Can you remember any broad that just fought besides the actual names? Can you remember any of the undercard on the mega? Can you remember any of those fights on the mega card?
No. They didn't stand out enough.
Hello. They didn't stand. Brooke, I know, like a platform like that.
For me to remember their name.
Thank you. To even stand out, they not even perform enough to stand out for anyone to. I'm
trying to think. That one was an all women's card.
It was an all women's card, and you can't even.
I almost forgot that it was an all women's card until you just said that.
Girl, I'll let you tell it.
Other names. I can only remember the main event and the co-main.
Hello. This is
I
a
watched the fights. I mean, some of them were decent fights, but not enough for me to be like,
decent on
watch
a
out for
mega
her.
card. Decent on a mega card. Come on.
They didn't stand out enough to me to remember their name yet.
And you know they got more than $4,000.
And a lot of them, and some of them, I mean, they just coming off like they brand new. And made
and
more
got a
money
chance
than
to
we.
be on that mega card.
They probably made more than we did in all of our
In
fights
the
combined.
whole thing.
Like
In
you
the
probably
whole
take
thing.
every fight I had, add them up, and that they probably made more on their freaking pro debut than I did in my whole career.
And yeah. That's what, So who's gonna justify paying that? I don't even think these broads are even gonna fight anymore because they're not, unless they're getting fighting, paid these big bucks. These broads don't have it in their heart to fight.
Yeah.
It's
They're
gonna
just
go
not,
right
they're
back
not the
down to
same
rock
breed.
bottom.
They're not made from the same cloth.
They're not cut from the same fabric.
No.
And to be honest, we should be the ones choosing the up and comers, right? We should be the ones saying she should be on that card. She should be on the card. Listen to other women's fighters out here. Listen to fighters like us.
Yeah.
Right? She should be the one. McCallid, who's fighting McCallid? I think Alicia Baumgardner is fighting Elam McCallid. Elam McCallid
I think
just fought.
And then Serrano's fighting Cruz, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what you think about that?
To be honest, I'm not excited for either one.
Girl,
I mean, I'll watch it.
Hush your mouth, girl.
I will watch it. I'll watch it just to support.
Girl, you said
but
it.
I don't think they're going to be fireworks.
But I'm going to say this. I have my eye on McCallid. Okay? Because I think she did good against Pursoon. I don't know if you watched her fight Delphine.
Yes, she did do good against Pursoon. Yes. I think it'll be interesting. And from Baumgartner's reaction to getting hit, it could make for an.
I love that you keep bringing that up.
I keep bringing that up because just because of all the stuff that she said. Which, okay, you were building up the fight. I get it. 100%. Like, it made it exciting. Plus the extra weight and all that shit that they went through. But when girl, you saw it. The moment she got right in the face, the whole fight changed.
That's how I watch the fights. We need to have a watch party for me.
Oh my God, yes.
We're going to do the watch party for the next fight. We're going to do that?
Yes, we can do that. We'll do a FaceTime and watch the fight.
Yes, we're going to do a watch party, y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all tell us what fight y'all want to see No Mercy and Sugar do the watch party on. But me and Brooke, we're going to do some planning.
Oh, you're going to hear it all if you watch me. If you watch us watch a fight, you're going to hear a whole lot of stuff come out of our mouth.
Because, girl, I saw it. Girl, that's what I live for. I saw it.
Yeah.
And I thought, ooh.
You know what I'm talking about. The moment, moment.
I saw
it. And it was a whole different fighter.
I did see it. But I saw, too, though, how she pulled Michaela into her bullshit, and I liked it.
She did. That's what I'm saying. She definitely got under her skin. Like, she got under her skin big time. Mm-hmm. So kudos for that. But I'm telling you, when she got rocked.
She did. She got rocked. She got rocked. I seen it.
And was like, and she wasn't. What's her nickname?
Who?
What's Baumgartner's nickname?
The Bomb.
The Bomb. She wasn't the bomb in that moment because she turned into She turned into like.
She turned into a firecracker.
A firecracker. Yeah, because her whole demeanor changed.
Crash was gone.
Like she sat down and a whole different fighter came back out.
And that's what also makes me too, like, that's why I'm not keen on Mayer, because What is that? Tell me, ain't that like when Popeye eat the damn spinach? If you hit somebody and you see that in the ring, Brooke, what you gonna do? Turn that shit up. That's
Yeah,
blood
I
in
mean,
the
I would have
water.
been like, what? Bitch, do it again. Do it again.
Let's do it again. I got some more.
Oh,
Right?
I'm coming. Yeah.
Women Boxing Channel says Shields versus Marshall. Are these fights coming up? Lauren Baumgartner versus Mayer, Lauren Price versus Bellick, Caroline Dubois versus. This was the card. So
Oh, that was
Women's
the card.
Boxing
Okay,
Channel
okay.
came in with the card. Now look at them names, Brooke, and tell me if you remember any of them.
I remember now that he put the names up, Caroline Dubois' fight, I do remember. Just because people talk about her all the time.
People talk about her all the time, but I'm not convinced.
I wasn't that impressed with her performance. That was the first time I've seen her fight.
Trust me, listen, because this is where I'm at with her. You and Clarissa damn weight class.
Yeah. I had been hearing her name so much, and I hadn't watched any of her fights until that one. And then I was like, this is what they're talking about. I mean, she was good, but I wasn't like,
I'm not like, oh, I can't wait till she fights Marshall. I can't wait till she gets to the level of the main event. She'll fight one of those. I wasn't.
Yeah. No. And there was one girl actually that I don't know what her name was. But the one that came out was like in the service. The one that was like in the service and she came out, or maybe she was in the service before, or maybe she was still in the service. She had a good performance. I can't remember. Do you guys know what her name is? The one that was
y'all
like
tell me, Women Boxing Channel, which one? Y'all tell us which one.
She had a good performance. I think she was the best fight on the undercard.
Well,
but I don't remember her name. So that what that
Women's
say?
Boxing Channel says Ardingstall.
Ardingstall. That was the best fight in my opinion on the undercard, but it wasn't good enough that I remembered her name.
You see what I'm saying? So this Sandy, you know about Sandy Ryan? The Sandy Women Boxing Channel love him some or them some
Sandy Ryan. Let me look her
Sandy up. Ryan is to me all right, okay, but she's one of those. She's like a Mary McGee. I think she talks. I think she talked too damn much. She's fought Erica Farias, where Erica Farias, she's at the end. She fights at 140. Brooke.
140.
Erica
okay.
Farias is out here just making money now as a gatekeeper. Right. Okay. So, I'm
trying to look her up.
I guess, and you don't talk. I don't talk.
How many?
Let me. Brooke, tell them. Am I known in the game as a shit talker?
She's 5-1.
She's 5-1.
I'm looking.
Is Suge known in the game for being a shit talker? I am.
No. I don't think you're known as a shit talker. I think you're known as having a limit. But you weren't like your show, you didn't do that like openly as much as you do now. Like you're way more open.
Right.
You weren't when you were fighting. So no, you didn't come out like just running your mouth and talking shit at the people were fighting. No.
Thank you.
No, you didn't.
Thank you.
So you're wrong. You might get that perception from the podcast because she does that now, but no, she didn't when she was fighting. Let me look. I'm looking up his girl here. Does he know her personally or something?
Look, he just loved him some Sandy Ryan. So look at her. she big, you know, and she got, you know, I see potential, but I think she she doesn't have enough behind her to be trying to for her attitude and just how she is. I
Like
think she's
she's
got to build a little more.
she's like starstruck too soon. Like she's like taking the
Yes.
starter too fast.
Yes.
I see
Yeah.
that she fought Ferris twice. She lost the first time and won the second time. Ferris is at the end of her career, though. I will give that.
Ferris is just
Ferris
getting her
is
money as the gatekeeper.
yes.
Yeah.
And then the last girl that she fought in November, to be honest, she's 21-5, which is a decent record. It was for the WBC International Super Lightweight. I don't even know that
Farias,
girl. Who is Sanchez?
look
Esther
at
Sanchez?
look at her record.
She's
And that,
21
you
and
know, look
5.
at
21 and
that.
5. What more can she do? I don't know. I mean, if she's trying to go that fast, she needs to fight some top contenders.
She she need to step in the pot. Yeah, she need to step in the
I mean,
hot
I'm not
grease.
down her. I've never seen her fight. I will though look up some of her fights. Women's boxing
Listen,
channel. I will if they're I will look her up on YouTube and watch some of her
this
fights.
is 140, right? So Sandy Ryan could easily step to 140 contenders, right?
135,
135 contenders who are
140.
out there.
What's the next 145? Is that the next one up?
She ain't gonna go to 145.
Well, she could do 40 or 35.
She'll do 35. That's what I'm telling you. This is the type of fighter she is.
She's
She's
gonna
not
fight
going
Camara
to.
next. Well,
She will. Camara ain't gonna fight Sandy Ryan because Camara is a low key heart pump Kool-Aid. Okay. Camara is
that's
waiting.
not true. Women's boxing channel. Maybe in today's era, but after my third fight, I was fighting all top 5 ranked fighters. So it's
So
not possible.
Women's Boxing Channel just said, and this is what Brooke is replying to: nobody in women's boxing is fighting such competitions after only 3 fights. A fighter the other day just fought for a world title after having 4 fights.
And she has
Right?
6 fights right now.
Yeah.
She's 5
So
and 1.
yeah,
I want to watch her footage though. I will give
it
you
ain't
my
like you
opinion once
think it
I've watched
is
her
in
because I've never seen her fight. Yeah, at the moment, I do know there was somebody they were just talking about. I don't know who it was, but it was 4-0 and fought for a belt.
yes, right. And they complaining about that, but she paid her money for the sanctioning fee, so let her have the belt, and if she could hold on to it, let her hold on to it, right? Because you're
Right.
supposed to defend. You're supposed to defend every 4 months, every quarter. So if she could hold on to that belt at 4-0 and keep beating, you know, valid opposition, then let her go on and do what she do.
Right.
Right? But
Well, the
Sandy,
rematch with Farias was a title fight.
that Farias is WBC's carrot, dangling carrot.
Yeah, but
Farias just fought somebody, a fighter. She looked like she on roids. Out of I'm a talk it. Out of Argentina
yeah,
too, and they saying that this fighter, I forgot her name. She's Argentinian. Is in line trying to fight Katie Taylor. So my thing with Sandy Ryan is, for all the mess, because she's a shit talker, Brooke. She talk a lot of mess. Okay. She get it, like she's like McGee. Okay. I think if you talking mess like that, if you not fight, you need to be
right.
calling out real opposition. You need to
Okay,
be
so
stepping to real
I
opposition.
agree, 100%. You got to be able to back that shit up. First of
Yeah.
all, I want to watch her fight. I've never watched her fight. I'll give you that. So I want to watch her footage. But to his response to, she just defended against Sanchez, ex-world champion. First of all, I've never heard of that Sanchez girl. Who the hell is she, and where did she come from? She had a decent record, but I've never heard of her. I guess I'm gonna have to click on her name and see who she fought. Let me do that because I don't know who she fought,
Go.
but I've never heard of her. And then the Farias was a world's top ranked fighter between 2011 and 2018. Yeah, probably. This is 2022. Farias is old news at this point.
And
Past
was
her time.
old news at the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna look
You know, when she
the
fought
Sanchez's
Ryan,
record.
Farias, like when Farias was hot, like the tail end of Farias being hot was when she fought Mary McGee.
Right.
Like I don't see where Farias was, you know, like now they're playing the game. Now they're playing the game where they're using these ex champs. And oh, she's an ex champ. Okay, who'd she fight? Where? You know, these are those do not validate the fighter. So
No.
this Sandy Ryan needs to fight you know, opposition that is um
One of
up
her
to,
fights for the opponent says unknown on
wow, for
BoxRec.
Sanchez.
Yeah. Everybody, okay, so the only people on her record that she fought that I know of or have ever heard of is Katie Taylor. She lost when Katie was 6-0. Jessica McCaskill, she lost to when Jessica was 6-2, and she lost to Chantel Cameron when she was 11-0. And I don't know any other name on her record.
Okay, so you see, they using her. She's a high end opponent.
Yes.
That's it. Sanchez, a high end opponent.
Sanchez. I had never heard of her. Never heard of her.
So, and this is what they do.
But I'm not saying that your girl isn't good or decent or whatever. I mean, I'm going off of what Shug is saying here, but I will definitely look up her footage.
I'm not saying Sandy Ryan is not
No,
good.
I didn't see
You know?
Hamadouche. She might have been on there. I might have missed it.
Sandy Ryan fought Hamadouche?
No, she definitely didn't.
Sandy Ryan should fight at least. I mean, that would be a good match. Sandy Ryan versus Hamadouche. Eva
yeah, she did fight Hamadouche when she was 15. Hamadouche was 15-1, and she lost TKO.
She TKO'd Hamadouche?
No, Hamadouche TKO'd her.
This is what I'm talking. I'm not arguing about this. Like, I don't like looking at the records and stuff because I already know
records
this.
are shit anyway.
Yeah,
you can't go off the records.
I already know, right? I'm not a record reader.
Look, I mean, now that you've mentioned her name, I will definitely be watching her.
Wallstrom. Are you talking about Eva Wallstrom? Eva Wallstrom is she's a older fighter. Like she was old.
Did she?
She's a crone. Past, yeah. So I don't.
Oh, well, but she lost to all these people too. Like most of them by knockout. Oh, unanimouses. Some of them. Yes, I see it, but still, I had never heard of girl.
So this is right. So Sandy Ryan, and I give it to Women Boxing Channel.
Yes.
You know, you
Shout
got
out
to
Women's
love.
Boxing Channel. I've got her pulled up.
Yeah.
On my computer, and tomorrow I will.
Yeah, he's a great advocate of her. You know, or they are a great advocate of Sandy Ryan, and that's the kind of fan that you want. Okay.
Yes.
So Sandy Ryan has done great in getting a fan of that sort. Okay.
Absolutely.
But guess what? It's getting your peers, your fellow women boxers to respect what you're doing in there. Yes. Right? That validates you.
He's an advocate for
many women, not just her.
Well, clearly you are, because you're here supporting us. So obviously you're supporting us as well. So we appreciate you, Women's Boxing Channel.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you don't. I'm not saying you don't love the rest of us women boxing channel. I'm just saying we talking about Sandy. Yeah, we talking about Sandy Ryan, Michael Orr. Um, we're just saying women's boxing channel. I notice that you do really like this fighter. My thing is, I want to like her as much as you do too,
I gotta
right?
look her up now that you're talking about how much she talks.
Yeah, but what I want her to do is I want her to step up like she run her mouth, right? I want her to step up that way, right? Shug, like right now as Shug. I want to say this. I want to say this. Shug, like Brooke says, wasn't a shit talker, but if you said something sideways to me,
Yes,
you was going. I was going to cut back.
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was a fighter who respected all other fighters,
Yes.
right? I'm not going to sit up there and disrespect no other fighter,
Right.
right? Because I was one of those, I know what we all go through. So I'm not going to say, oh, she can't fight and she did. I'm not going to do that,
No.
right? But a fighter, Sandy Ryan, I forgot who she talked about, but was talking, saying, "Oh, you ain't shit," or like she was really talking down about a fighter who had history before her, and that's what made, put me off from her. Right? Once you start talking and start downgrading the ones who came before you, you lose
So
points.
she was talking about an old school fighter, not somebody she was fighting,
Right. Right.
and
Uh,
saying she would have whooped their ass.
right, a fighter before her. Yeah, I don't know
Weren't
if the
we just
dialogue
talking
is
about
still
this
out there,
earlier?
huh?
We were literally just talking about this like the first topic of the show.
Yeah, that's yeah. She's one of those fighters. So I didn't want to call no names, but yeah, she's one of those fighters who are doing that now, right? And are talking to that they more skilled and they better and they this and that, right? But prove it, prove it. Jump into hot grease. I'm not seeing her do too much. Women Boxing Channel said she called out Cameron and Cameron doesn't want it. Also, she has beef with Ramos and called out McCaskill and she doesn't want it either. Okay, Sandy Ryan versus McCaskill would be a good fight. I think McCaskill would actually beat Sandy Ryan. I do.
I've never
Cam,
seen her fight, so I can't say.
watch it. She's a fighter that she
But her
hasn't.
calling out those people, I don't think that those people see her yet.
Oops.
I'm sorry, but
Ooh.
in the position that they're in, they only want. I mean, me. I know when I had the belt, I only wanted like the number 2 ranked fighters. I wasn't
Ooh.
thinking about nobody else. So I told you before, I had people calling me with up and coming fighters, probably similar to her record when I won the belt, and her trainer called me back to back, harassing the shit out of me. He posted on social media that I was scared of her and I wouldn't fight her.
Mm.
And I said, bitch, I don't know you. I don't, I've never heard of you. Stop trying to get clout off of me.
Off
I don't
my
even
name,
know who
yeah.
you are. Slow down. Your shit ain't ready yet. Take a
Say
seat.
it again.
That's what I
Your
told
shit
him.
ain't ready yet.
No, she
You
wasn't
ain't
ready.
ready.
So I wasn't even thinking of, I had never even heard of the girl till he called asking us to fight her. I'm like, who? Sarah Pusick? That was her name, as a
Oh,
matter of
it was
fact.
Sarah Puckett out of from the West Coast.
Yeah.
You would have
But
tore her ass up.
I would have beat the shit out of her once I looked her up, but I had literally never heard of her.
They were trying to make her a
And they
thing.
wanted me to defend my title against him. That dude called me. I mean, I had to block him.
You would have tore her ass up. She
And then
should
he
have
even
got what
posted
she
the shit on
wanted.
social media. So like it was like a big, like you could still find shit on W Band about like the back and forth because I was like heated when he posted that I was scared of her. I was like,
I
dude,
was, I used to read up on that, so I wasn't paying that no mind.
yeah, yeah.
Not
I was like,
her.
get out of here. So I'm just saying, they are probably not saying no because they're scared to fight her or they think they're going to lose. They're saying no because they do not know her yet and she hasn't earned her keep for them to defend against her.
That's
That's
it.
what I mean
She
by
hasn't
she's
made
not ready.
enough. Like, fight somebody that they're concerned about. Fight someone that they may be concerned about. Right? She's talking mess, and she's not even. You're not even fighting anybody. Ain't
Right.
nobody concerned about Farias. Everybody in the business knows Farias is trying to make her money
She's trying to get some paydays before she retires
before
because she
she
knows she's done.
retires.
Yeah, I would too. Why
Especially
not?
now, right? Michael Orr says she's an amateur standout. She won 2018 games and silver at 2014 World Championships. Um, was that Ryan?
I will
She's
put my
trained by
house on it
Clifton
that Ryan beats
Mitchell.
McCaskill.
Oh, you gonna put your house on? You gonna, man? You see what I'm saying? If that ain't love,
I want to go watch her right now so I can give my
if that
opinion.
ain't love, Brooke, you know what? We want tag team another show.
Yeah,
We want to look at some of these up and coming fighters
yeah.
and do an assessment.
Ryan shared the gym at GB with her camera on and used to spar her head off. Do you live where she is? Like, are you where she is, or you just follow her?
Oh, okay. So
So she sparred with Cameron before.
let me break this down to you, baby. Sparring and fighting is two different things.
Yeah. Sparring and fighting is
Sparring and fighting
two
are two
totally
different things.
different things. Take off the headgear, smaller glove.
Smaller glove, take off the headgear, right? And it feel different under them damn lights. Okay? And I just saw the way Farias beat Ryan the first time and then how the fight went the second time, that her shit ain't ready. Just like Brooke said. She has a lot of potential. You're gonna see, but she's not ready for she not ready for this smoke. Uh-oh. So we have 3 hours in. I don't know what happened to my girl Brooke, but I guess that's the universe telling us,
There I
oh,
am.
you back.
It sent me backstage when you went away. I don't know what happened.
I didn't do nothing, girl. I ain't even press no button.
I don't know. I got a notification that your connection was bad. Please wait. And then all of a sudden you popped back on, but it put me in backstage.
Okay. Well, let's hang on for a little bit more. So, Women Boxing Channel says she was brought up 3 roads away, and I was in her gym all last summer. Okay, well, good stuff. Women's Boxing Channel says, but you don't know what happened backstage in Farias one, and I ain't telling.
Why
And
not?
this,
We were given our dirty deeds over here. What happened?
yeah, I don't know
I want to know the dirt.
what frazzled your little
What's
wet
the
nose.
skinny? I want to know the skinny.
Yeah, tell me what frazzled your little wet nose girl. So, and why she performed the way she did. Because let me tell y'all something. Let me tell you something. It's too early in the game for her to do shit like that. Backstage, no. When and for that to happen for her, like it just gets worse as you get higher up in, in the game. So I don't know, like I don't know if it was shenanigans for your girl Sandy Ryan backstage, but
He
it
says
couldn't
I
be
get in
it
trouble.
couldn't be it couldn't be anything close to what me and Brooke got to say, right? It couldn't be anything close to that.
No.
No, no, baby. Right?
And
We
that was just
we've been
one of our stories.
yeah, we've been through stuff,
Yeah.
right? I shared the like And Brooke was
But either
really
way, Farias is on her way out of the game regardless.
so. This is another thing too. So I don't, you're they're trying to make Sandy Ryan a thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
I'll
just
look her
want her
up.
to step up. Um, Michael Orr says she outclassed Babington over 6 rounds. Babington. Yeah, I saw that. Um, these are fights. Brooke, you gonna watch this fighter fight,
I'm gonna look her.
and you're gonna see that these fights that they put her in are tailor made for her. She's supposed to win these fights.
For her style.
Yeah, you know how it is when you step to something that and you don't know what you got coming to you. She has not been in that situation yet. She hasn't stepped in a situation where
She was
she
tested.
she's tested.
Right.
She doesn't know what's coming to her and she
Well,
really
since
has
you
to
know
show
her,
who she
who do
is.
you think that she should step up to?
I think Sandy Ryan can fight. Let's see who's a fighter out there. Um, a contender who doesn't have a belt right now. Is that who you asking?
Yeah, because they're not gonna fight her right now. She's too
Them
new.
belt holder girls ain't gonna fight her right now.
No.
Um, I would a fighter like Mary Spencer. She can fight. A fighter like who else? Goodness, I'm trying to get some names out the hat because these at 130, I don't know if she'll go down to 135, but if she did go down to 135, since um our girl Michaela Meyer, isn't a belt holder anymore, she can step to her
Yeah.
and prove herself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And Meyer's talking about that.
What is McCarter fighting at now?
Layla McCarter is trying to go. Layla McCarter is trying to step to Katie Taylor, I think.
Okay, 135.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was around there. I mean, she don't I mean, I know she's definitely got a whole lot of experience in the game, but nobody will fight her.
Nobody will touch Layla McCarter with a 10-foot
There's a
damn
name.
pole.
I'm sure Layla would
Nobody,
like to
ain't
fight.
nobody gonna fight Layla McCarter, Brooke. Stop.
He
They
says
waiting
she
for her
won't
to
fight
die.
anybody.
And
She
that I'm
called
not
out
saying that to be
Cameron. She called out McCaskill.
everybody except that would be listen. She would have my attention if she went and fought since she like ex champions, she can fight Layla McCarter.
That's what I'm saying.
But I would also love to see McCaskill fight Layla McCarter. I would love to
What
see.
about Chevelle?
Ooh, let's see Sandy. Would you bet the house? Who would you bet the house on? Layla Sandy Ryan versus Chevelle Hallback.
McCarter is
Women's boxing
poorly
said
managed by Lou. That
McCarter is
might be the
poorly.
case, but she would still fight her.
We're talking about fighting,
We're
baby. We're
talking
talking about
about
fights. We're
her,
not
not
talking
her
about
manager.
management, right?
Would Ryan take the fight with McCarter or Hallback?
Sandy Ryan versus
Hallback.
Chevelle Hallback or Layla McCarter. That.
And I can guarantee you both Layla and Chevelle would take the fight.
Oh, in a heartbeat.
McCarter's
Oh,
147.
but now you're talking about 147 and Ryan is 140. What does that mean? What was your weight range?
I fought, my lowest was 122 super
Up
bantamweight, and
to
I fought all the way up to 135.
we not the same. This is the fabric of the women
That's
that you need to
7 pound
be
weight
looking
difference.
at,
They can make a catch weight.
right? Yeah, I went all the way. I went down to 134. I fought as high as 156.
Yeah, I 122 to 135, and I actually think I might have did one catch weight at like 138, something like
So, yeah, we got not going to make that a thing because
that.
it
And
ain't.
McCarter would probably go down to 140.
McCarter has range was what,
She used to fight it.
132 up to
Shoot,
150.
I think she might 122
Yeah.
all the way up to what 154 maybe.
Yeah, 150. Yeah.
Yeah,
And Chevy.
Chevy too. Yeah, Chevy's fighting it. What was her last fight at?
The one drilling fight,
147.
I thought that was like 155. And she was and Chevy's calling out Natasha Jonas. So,
She is.
Women's Boxing Channel says she's after world titles, not McCarter right now. Boy, he got all the excuses for her. She did you, but Women's Boxing Channel, do you understand what Brooke is saying? She's not, they're not
Okay,
seeing
but
her.
so
She
let me
hasn't
say
done
it.
anything.
Let me say it like this. It was Women's Boxing Channel. It was just like I just said when Sarah Pusyk's manager kept calling me when I was the champion. I didn't even know the girl. She was newer. She was probably about the same record as Sandy Ryan is right now. I had never heard the name before. So there was no way I was fighting her when I'm trying to fight the number 2, number 3 ranked fighters to defend against. I was trying to build my legacy. I wasn't going to go backwards. I already made it to the top.
What would these belt holders right now gain in fighting a
They would
Sandy
gain
Ryan?
nothing.
What is her record?
5-1, I think.
And she has no
5-1.
items on her receipt. She has no items on her receipt.
5-1.
We talking about
So
Farias.
all
If you
I'm
looking
saying
for
is I
Farias
don't
to
know
be
her. Yeah, I don't know her personally. I promise I will watch her and give you my personal opinion on how I feel about her as a fighter. But I'm telling you, from a champion who was called out by fighters who were probably the similar records as her up and coming, it's a waste of time at that point in your career because you only want to fight the best fighters. If you're a true champion, you want to fight the next best fighter in your weight class so that you can become a legend in the
but
sport.
this is what I'm saying. In
So they're
order
not
to
even hearing
even
her name.
in order to even step, like I fought a fighter named Kelly Kofer, who was a former world champion.
Yeah.
She had like 13 fights and I had 5 fights, kind of like
Yeah.
Sandy Ryan. I was stepping up.
Right. But
She
so,
was a
but the
former
point,
champion. I was
yeah.
stepping up in doing that.
But
Let
the
me
point
see
of it is
Ryan
that
step up.
they're not saying no because they're scared of her. They're saying no because it just doesn't make sense for their career to go backwards. So it's not that they're saying no because they're scared to fight her. They're trying to fight the next best contender and maybe get some more titles.
But this is where I'm coming from, Brooke. If you want these champions to look at you,
You got
you
to fight
need to
somebody that they're
fight.
like, oh, damn,
Thank
she
you.
just fought McCarter or
She just fought McCarthy. Oh, she just stopped so and so.
right.
That's legit how Jessica McCaskill got the fight with Katie Taylor right after she
Exactly.
fought me.
Exactly. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. But I promise I'm going to check her out. We'll see if I become a fan. I'll follow her. What is he saying? Let's see. How was I rejected? I don't think she rejected because she's scared. I think that it just doesn't make business sense.
I have, and a lot of this is what we want to explain to you guys out here, that as
Plus 2
much
kilos.
as much as we in women's boxing are not about the titles and all of that, we are about our equity, our names that we've built and gained in the industry. And if you spent enough time in the industry,
Who was the girl she fought?
you're not going to waste you're not going to waste your equity on
No.
somebody who hasn't done much, who hasn't shown that they're even on the level for them to be a
Okay.
challenge to you.
So he's talking about he lifted the girl off the ground with her knockout in the second round, or in her second fight. So
This
the
per
girl that
Mhm.
the girl she fought in her second fight, I don't know who she is, but she was four wins, 14 losses, 2 draws.
So you reading
She
numbers.
should have knocked out, to
You're
be
reading
honest.
numbers. 4
I mean, I'm reading
wins,
numbers, but
14 losses. Why you like women
she
boxing channel
should have
sees the
knocked
numbers
her
too.
out.
If you don't knock that person out, if 4 wins, 14 losses, you trying to be somebody, if you don't knock that person
Ferreras?
out, you ain't got it.
Yeah. Oh, Ferreira.
Okay. Michael Orr says Sandy Ryan's next fight will be Cameron. Is that on BoxRec?
Did you see that? No, it's not on BoxRec. I'm on her record right now. That's your opinion, Mike, or like you read that somewhere?
It's her KO technique. Um, her KO technique is her KO
I'm gonna watch
technique.
it. I will.
Oh, it's in the works. Listen, in women's boxing, we don't pay attention to nothing in the works because things change as you blink.
Well, I don't know. Hey, I want to see it now. I'm intrigued. I'm gonna watch her.
And it's good. Like you really like look at this now. You got us really talking about her on the show, so that's good.
Hey, good exposure for Sandy Ryan
Yeah.
today. But I'm going
Um,
to look her up.
I
I had
like
never heard of her.
I like Leonardo. I like that fighter. If you've ever seen that fighter, Brooke.
Who?
Leonardo. I don't know her first name. She beat Bumgarner,
Okay.
I think. Yeah. I also like what they call her Medusa. What's her last name? Or what's her name, y'all? They call her Medusa. She's out of Greece. She fought Katie Taylor. She bruised up Katie Taylor real bad and walked out without a scratch on her, and they gave her a raw deal for the fight. Women's Boxing Channel says rules state in WBO that if the purse bid fails, the next rank down will be ordered.
What is she ranked? Let me see.
Oh, okay.
She's ranked number 2.
Medusa is Linda Darto. Okay, so there it is.
Man.
So, I like Linda Darto. That one right there. She's look. Brooke, watch Linda Darto fight as well. I like
Okay.
her. She's strong. Um, Ryan and Cameron have history sparring. I'm not interested in none of that. No sparring history. But that's you know what history is, y'all? History is a raw deal. History is not sparring, right? We
Yeah.
in women's boxing have sparred each other one way, one way or another, or have connected one way or another. History is me and you have gotten together. We have fought on another platform, or we fought there was something there where someone got a raw deal,
Yeah.
and now something's got to be set. Or history is like you've done something real trifling. Like me and Kamara had history. That's why I did what I did to her. um so it's not beef. It's not beef because it's still a business. History, Like if there was a Brooke Deidre versus Mary McGee part 2, that's history. Right? There's history in that. That could be a good match. That could still be a good match. That would have been good if Mary had came out of this tournament, that tournament
Yeah,
with her
with the
hardware bill.
undisputed.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Yeah, but she
Um
didn't.
they did her bad because the tournament didn't end. Like they didn't even end the tournament and she lost her belt. That one sucked.
Well, she
Mary
lost that in the first fight she
Oh, you
lost.
know who would be? I'd like to see Sandy Ryan versus Mary McGee. That would be a good one.
Yeah, why not?
Sandy
Mary fight at
Ryan versus
140.
Mary McGee. Yeah, they could fight at 140. They could fight. Yeah, they're around the same, and to be they're kind of in the same predicament, right? Trying to be
Yeah,
champion.
yeah.
So and very close. Have fought ex world champions like Mary McGee has gone in there with Holly Holm, you know, the likes of those, that type of opposition, and Farias. Michael Orr says, during the purse bid, Leonardo decided to go a different route. Leonardo, Women's Boxing Channel says Leonardo has now buggered off to fight Mayer for no belts instead because they wanted 50-50 instead of 75-25. So she went for a 50-50 deal, I guess purse wise, to fight Michaela Meyer instead of the 75-25% split she would have gotten fighting who? Cameron?
Cameron's been ordered to defend.
Um, let's see. McGee is already fighting someone. Who is McGee fighting?
Who?
Now Cameron wants McCaskill rematch. Cameron wants to fight McCaskill and take her 147 belts too, and I would do that. If I was Cameron, I would do that shit too.
100%. If she still has them, because she don't.
Now you know Brooke. That's why she laying low, because she hoping people forget.
Mary does have a fight.
Who's Mary fighting?
She's fighting on the 14th, though. January 14th, she's fighting Diana Santana.
Diana Santana out of Dominican?
It's in Milwaukee.
Oh, so they bring in Santana.
And yes,
that's
she's
not even Santana's weight, but Santana's a good fighter.
They're fighting at, it doesn't say. I don't know what weight.
McCaskill is fighting Dahania Santana on the 14th of January.
Mary McGee is.
The Boxing Channel came and said that.
I'm on Mary McGee's box rec, and it says her next scheduled bout is Santana on January 14th in Milwaukee, 6 rounds.
Well, you know, if Dahania, because...
But when is she trying to get the fight for Ryan? Because the 14th is like 10 days from now. So if they're looking for a fight in a month or two, McGee could easily turn around and fight again.
Michael Orr says the smart money for Cameron is to fight Ryan, and it would be easy for Matchroom to put that fight together. Why would it be smart for Cameron to fight Ryan? Mike, just tell me. Tell me.
Ryan is not even Ryan right now.
Cameron is just now pulling people, fans. Why would she fight Ryan? Don't pull nobody. Ryan ain't pulling nobody except for Women's Boxing Channel. Huh?
He said it's easy fight to arrange. But
You got to
Chantel
give
is
us
just
more
now
credit.
hitting the spotlight. Like she's just now coming on to the spotlight. And she's 17-0. Why would you go backwards and fight somebody with only 6 fights? If I've got 7, well, I can't say that because when I fought Mary McGee, she was 17-0.
Yeah, but she was 17-0, an upstart. Like people were excited about Mary McGee was like the hot shit coming. She was.
But I had 11 fights when I fought her.
You had 11
Or
fights
10 fights.
because
One,
come
two.
on now, Brooke, let's me and you talk.
I had 10 fights.
You know Mary McGee was Paddington up to 7 and
Oh, I know
17 and
that.
0.
I know that because
Paddington
the box,
compared
the
to
Illinois
your
boxing
11 and
mission.
0. So don't do
So
that.
here's a funny story. So my last pro fight before I got pregnant and retired was in Chicago, and I hadn't fought in a while. So I kind of just wanted like a tune-up fight. Like I didn't want anything big. So they're like, well, like, give me some names. I said, take Mary McGee's record and give me anybody on it. They would not sanction me to fight any single person that was on her record.
Okay.
As
Paddington,
a
maybe?
They said
Paddington?
absolutely not. So, but regardless. But I had 10 fights when I fought her. Not
10
6.
real 10
10
real
real fights. Yeah.
fights.
Melissa
Right?
St. Bill. Oh, for Rodriguez. Are we talking about the
Oh, and Melissa, you know what? Melissa Saintville, I think they're trying to wait till she gets cold because Melissa
she ain't fought in a
Saintville,
minute.
she hasn't fought in a while and now she's a crone
Yes,
and she
she
hasn't
was
fought.
fighting with us.
Yeah. And her bones might be getting soft, right? So she's ripe for the picking right now. She has to be careful who she gets in there with. And it's got to be for something. Um Women's Boxing Channel said problem is with St. Bill, she ain't training for any fights, she told me. Yeah, she gonna tell you that.
Right.
She gonna tell you that, Women's Boxing Channel. But us in women's boxing, we know what
I
it
don't
is. We don't give
St. Bill
information
not
like that out.
training.
Do you see her body? That don't look
St.
like
Bill not training. Have you seen what she looks like still?
that
Has
don't
she,
look
did
like.
she don't have no kids though. Does she have kids?
No, she doesn't.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I don't think she got no kids because
Saintville ain't never not training. You can see, do you see her body?
she's
That's
always
work.
working.
That's work. Okay. Um, Michael Orr says, then of course there is a fight she's been wanting for years. Katie Taylor, excuse me, Katie Taylor, and they're only 5 pounds away from each other. Excuse me. I don't know who you're talking about, Mike.
Cameron wants to fight Katie, or Ryan wants to fight Katie Taylor. They're only 5 pounds apart. Wait, and are both undisputed champions. This would be huge. Well, she's not undisputed. So who are we talking about that's undisputed? Are you talking about Cameron and
Cameron
Taylor?
and Taylor.
Cameron and Taylor. That might be an interesting fight.
I don't think Katie Taylor will fight Cameron. She doesn't have to.
No. No,
She
because
doesn't
they're not
have.
even in the same weight class, but
Yeah, and she and Cameron would be a challenge for her. She doesn't have to. Katie
no.
Taylor is not going to do that. Women's Boxing Channel says Cameron wants Katie Taylor, but Eddie ain't doing that until the last, as he
You
knows
know,
she beat Katie Taylor. My whole thing about Katie Taylor now is, there's who else is left for Katie Taylor to fight? Like who else is left for the Roadrunner to outrun?
right.
Who do you want to see the Roadrunner outrun?
I mean,
right?
I
No,
don't. Cameron, I guess that'd be. I really can't think of too many people left.
I want to see. You know why I like Cameron? Because Cameron fights.
Yeah, she don't run
Cameron
for nobody.
don't run from nobody. She
No.
fights. I like her. I like how she operates in there,
Yeah,
right? So I'll watch her. I'll watch her fight, even though it's not nothing. But I would watch her whoop McCaskill again. I would. I would watch Cameron fight. Who else? I would anybody. I would fight. I like the
I
way
would
she
like
fights.
to see her fight Taylor,
Who you would like to see Cameron
Cameron, and
fight?
Taylor.
Tell
I
me
would like
your
to see that one.
reasons. Tell me your reasons.
Just the fight styles. I think that it would be exciting. They're both. Katie Taylor is a combination puncher, and Cameron has that go forward style. I think that it would be there'd be a lot of sparks in that fight. And I think she could really test Taylor, like worse than she even Serrano.
I didn't think Serrano tested Taylor.
Only in one round.
Yeah, that's not
The
a test.
one round.
That's not a test. I
No.
think I do think Pursoon tested Taylor in their first go.
Yes,
I do
I
think
agree.
that. Um the only test for Katie Taylor to me is if a fighter like Shanizia Estrada steps up and fights. I think those two styles are conducive
Yeah.
to being to each other and being it would be interesting, right? But and Estrada, I don't know if she'd be as strong moving up to there. Estrada is I think 122,
Yeah.
right? Moving
Yeah,
up
I
to
think
fight
so.
Katie Taylor, or
Yeah.
if they did a catch type of thing, I think that would be a very interesting fight. I would watch that.
Yeah.
But to see the Road Runner outrun anybody else, nah. You know, I I'm more really interested in the middleweight division right now. I'm very interested in the middleweight division right now. I thought Mary Spencer was going to do something, but she let Femke showed it's the same thing that Brooke you talked about where Michaela Meyer uh touched Bumgardner up with that right hand, and she
Yeah.
started backpedaling. Well, that's what happened in the you watched it in the Mary Spencer versus Femke Herman
Yeah.
fight,
Yes.
right? And that was just it the whole time, and knocked Mary Spencer down, stepped all over her like she was a welcome mat,
Yes.
and the referee
Did.
didn't call it.
Yeah, he called it a slip.
The ref
That was the cleanest damn shot I have seen in a long
in a
time.
very long time. It was
Like, how did
nice.
you not see that? Just because
How
she fell
did you
because she
not see
stumbled
that?
over her.
Women's boxing said Estrada headbutted Esparza to death, and the officials waited until they could score the card before doing anything. Shenanigans you were talking about. You think? Did you watch the fight between Estrada and Esparza?
I didn't see that one.
Man,
No.
Estrada tore Esparza's ass up in that ring. I don't care about no headbutting or whatever it is because Esparza headbutts too, right? So you
Right?
know what? You know what hurt? What hurt Esparza is Estrada came in and beat her at her own damn game, right? You
Right?
out headbutt a headbutter, yeah, you gonna be sore because she got your ass.
Right. Right.
Right? So
Yeah.
that's what happened. Marshall KO of Herman's was the KO of the year. It was a Vonda Ward style KO. Marshall KO and Femke Herman. Okay. I don't know about Vonda Ward style KO. You know why? The Ann Wolf versus Vonda Ward KO was so magnificent because um what you call it, and I think it was a weight. I think Vonda Ward had cut too much weight for that fight, but Vonda Ward actually was supposed to be a heavyweight,
Yeah. She
and
was big.
yeah, she's like over 6 feet or something,
Yeah.
and Wolf came in middleweight, 152 or something, and everybody thought Vonda Ward was going knock Wolf down, hammer her down like a hammer to the
Yeah.
nail. And that alley oop overhand right
You
timber,
didn't even
like
see
that's
that
what made
coming.
it magnificent.
Yeah.
You can't compare Marshall's KO of Herman to that KO. I think that's one of the best women's KOs in women's boxing history.
It
Um
is to this
and
day still.
yeah, and Wolf versus Vonda Ward. Yeah.
Yes.
So, I wouldn't want to. I don't want, if it ain't looking like that. You can't really make the comparison. But she did all right. Marshall did good. She did good. Um, Women's Boxing Channel says Esparra's cut on the head was a world record gash. Her skull was hanging out. Jeez. Did you hear where Brooke Deidre said that her eye was cut open by a metal knee brace in the ring?
Yeah, under
Can you
here.
imagine? Oh, sorry. Down here with the soft
Yeah, it
parts.
was like right here.
Can you imagine how that looked? Like y'all are seeing some stuff, but no, that the reason why we don't
I gotta
we
watch that fight.
as far as a versus, yes, please
Yeah,
watch that.
yeah.
Please watch it,
Talking
please.
about skulls hanging out. What?
Yeah, it wasn't, it was, she was bleeding and stuff, but like, we've seen some stuff. So
Yeah.
um so Women's Boxing Channels is requesting for our lovely assistant somewhere. It ain't Mike's a guest like you on the show. Women's Boxing Channel, we got our lovely assistant in the
He
back.
said, Mike, Mike, can you put up that photo for us, please, buddy?
Yeah, so it ain't Mike, but if they find it, oh
It's
shoot,
Mike
Mike, it's
tonight.
you? Okay, Mike. Okay. Well, if you can find the picture, then put it.
Oh, it
Um,
is Mike. Where'd Eric
it
go? He
is
was here when
Mike.
we started.
I know. It's Eric. Listen, we got our minions. We had our
What?
man
They
Eric, I
flipped the
guess.
talking
Well,
about flipping switches.
we've been on the close to 4 hours, so I
Flipping
guess Eric might have
switches.
might have handed off to
He's in a
Mike.
meeting.
Oh,
Well,
he's
you
in a
just
meeting.
flipped the switch on us, Mike.
Yeah. Y'all can't listen.
You
Don't
can't
be
be doing
shutting
that.
off don't be turning off the lights and switching places on us. Let me stop. I ain't
He
do one
wants
of
to
them.
see the picture of the skull showing with the cut. He wants us to see it.
Um, I don't, I've seen
I knew
Women's
more
Boxing
than you.
Channel says I knew more that you I win. I don't get that
I
one.
think
Women's
he
Boxing.
meant I knew more than you. Haha, I win. As for what is he talking about?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, you're going to know the numbers and all of that. I've always said this in the game, from when Sugar Show started. Like, I'm not reading no numbers and doing all the statistics and all of that, because I'm I'm talking about lived experience. I'm not talking about the numbers and all that, because of course, Brooke has confirmed a lot of it, the shenanigans, the setups, the all of those things, right? But I love that she's here confirming, oh, it's the bantering about Mike being the man tonight.
Because he
Okay,
said it
all
was
right.
Mike, and we're like, what,
And we
Mike?
were like, yeah, we were like, no, it ain't
No,
Mike.
it's
But
not Mike.
Mike ain't tell us nothing.
They
They done
fooled
shut the
us.
lights off and switch spots.
They fooled us.
We still having fun though. Anyway, so y'all, Brooke got a baby and the family. We done took her from her family for damn near 4 hours
I was
tonight.
laughing. My husband, I told him, I said, she wants to know how long she could keep me on the show. And I told her as long as she wants. And he said, well, yeah. So he sent like a heart thing. And then he was like, well, not till like midnight or something though.
And you ain't telling me you had a curfew, Brooke. We
No, I
almost
don't have
ain't
a
make it.
curfew. He's in the room right the other side of this wall.
Tell hubby we almost done. We almost
It's
done.
fine. It's
Okay.
fine.
And I love that your family will share you with us tonight.
Yes, they
I'm having
will.
so much fun talking about this thing that we did. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
having so much fun where you confirming a lot of the stuff that, should like I said, Suge's not the numbers type of gal. But you could, Brooke is, Brooke talks about the numbers and the statistics and all of that good stuff. And it lines right up with what I'm saying too, right?
Yeah.
So this is a great conversation.
Mm,
Um,
as far as a head cut.
yeah, so we not. I don't think we're gonna see this headbutt tonight. Was that the worst cut you had, Brooke? The one that
I
you
had that one
got?
there, and then I had I don't remember which eyebrow it is, but I had a gash in one of my eyebrows I had to get stitches. I think like 4 or 6 stitches from the barber fight because she headbutted me.
Mm, them headbutts is no joke.
Yeah. I
Fuji
didn't even know I was
Rika.
cut though.
You didn't feel the blood coming down?
No.
Oh man.
Because we went back to the corner and they was all like, and I'm like, why are you like way up there? I don't even think I knew until after the fight, like after the whole fight was over, and I went and looked at it, and I was like, "Oh, we probably got to go get stitches for that
You are too much. You know that? She's
one." Girl,
like,
yeah, it must
oh,
not have
you
been bleeding
got to get
that
sewed
bad.
up.
I
I
don't
don't
know
see
where it's at, but
anything.
it's in my eyebrows sometimes. When I get my eyebrows freshly done, you can see the scar, but they're
A
not
little
fresh.
art, a little. Oh, okay. Well, you still made out pretty good because
Yeah.
you said you had your
No,
nose
I only
broken
had the
and
2
everything
cuts.
like
But
that.
other than that, it was just broken noses, lots, because I have a very big bridge. So if I get hit straight on, it
Oh,
hurts.
so if something comes down, it's going to get. Oh, okay.
Was like the worst freaking thing ever is because I have such a big bridge that
And
if I take one punch straight to the face solid, it's broke.
and and so when you got it, both the eyes under is black the next day and
Yes.
stuff too. So it's a lot.
I used to have pictures like after fights, like when my nose was broken and then you got the bruises up here from like the headbutts and like the
You used
bumps
to
and
take
stuff.
pictures of that. I hate. I
I
wouldn't let
did,
nobody.
but I don't know where they are now. I
Oh
haven't
my
seen
gosh,
one
Brooke.
in so long, but I remember posting one and somebody was like, "What the heck happened? Looked like you got run over by a semi, like for real." And I was like, "Dude, I was just in a fight." But yeah,
Girl,
I remember. Yeah, I used to take some photos, but I don't even know if I have them anymore.
I was after fights, I kind of went into recluse for some time because I remember one time I had what they call it, a
A
strawberry on
knot,
the side.
yeah,
Yeah.
strawberry or a knot.
And yeah. And somebody who didn't know about boxing or something, saw me and thought it
Yeah,
was my
probably thought
husband.
you got beat up or
Yeah,
something.
at the time thought it was my husband. And I was
Yeah,
like,
I've had that
nope.
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had like they would walk up and be like, "Oh my God, like, are you okay? Like,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
need some help. Like, we can help you. Like, you can get away."
Yeah.
And
You can
I'm
get
like,
out.
"No,
You don't
bro,
have to
no,
you don't have to put up with that.
no."
It's like,
I
no, I'm
think
a
we've
fighter.
all had that happen. I would
Yeah.
imagine every fighter has had that happen before.
Every woman fighter, I would
Yes,
suppose she has gone through that. Yes.
yes.
That is
Because,
one
like you
thing.
said, we don't look like we do in the ring afterwards. We're all beautiful.
Yeah,
So,
we go back to being
yeah, girls. Back
the
to being ladies
ladies
and
outside.
women. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So it's
Yeah.
like no one could
So they're
imagine.
looking at you like, yeah, everybody I ever told that I was a fighter that didn't know that, nobody believed me.
And that was when
Or
you
like
was a
when you go out and we're small and people are like, they look at you and they think that you're
yeah,
nothing.
that I was about to say you was real petite.
Yeah, they're all like,
Real petite and bikini modelish. Yeah.
yeah,
So it was like, who, her?
her.
But they didn't know.
Yeah, people, you go out and people look at you and they're like, well, she ain't shit. What's she gonna do? I used to always tell people that used to mess with me, like the one time that I got into a fight at the club, and I didn't want to because we get in big ass trouble for that. But
Yeah. Yeah.
the one time they tell me, look, you don't. I know you think I'm small, like, and I know you think like, but I'm telling you,
Don't
turn
do it.
around and walk the fuck
Don't
away.
do it. Yeah.
I am
Yeah.
telling you for your own safety, walk away. Just, I'm trying to help you out, girl. Turn
I've
around.
had this. Mm-hmm.
Here's the cut. He sent it in a, how do we,
Yeah.
can you,
Can this go on the screen?
it won't upload.
It won't upload. Well, click
Oh,
on it, Brooke, and see. Oh shoot, I'm off.
I see.
Um.
It's pending DK.
Ooh. All right. Who is this?
That is not her. This is that's not her, is it? Isn't this the MMA fighter?
That's not Estrada.
This is what the frick is her name?
That's not
That's the
Esparza.
Esparza.
That's not Esparza. That's not
It's not?
Esparza.
You
No.
sure?
That is not Esparza in that
Are
picture.
you
No.
sure?
I'm positive.
Then who
That's
is
not
it?
Esparza.
It looked like
It ain't
Esparza.
Esparza.
It looked like her.
It ain't Esparza. No.
Yes, it is, girl.
Let me go back and see this daggone picture. Y'all ain't going to do this to me. That is not Esparza.
I'm gonna Google it. Yes, it is. It is Carla Esparza's cut. I am looking. Google Carla Esparza cut, and that's the first picture that comes up.
Damn.
It is her. Yes, it's her. He said.
Women boxing talking about, let me see.
Oh, he put it in. He put it in the chat. It is Carla Esparza.
That's okay.
I told
But
you.
no, Marla, not Carla. Marla Esparza, the ex-Olympian.
Oh no, I'm
That's
talking about Carla the Esparza, the MMA
see.
fighter.
Oh, okay. Women's Boxing Channel was saying post Marla Esparza's head gash.
Marla with an M
Marla,
like
the
Mike.
ex-Olympian, Marlene, yeah, Marlene
Yeah,
Esparza.
Marlene like M like
Esparza.
Mike.
Yeah, MAR. Yeah, there. That's who. I knew that's not because I'm like, that ain't her.
I was like, that's the MMA fighter.
Marlene Esparza. Yeah. So Michael Orr. Mike, you gotta know this broad, right? So, and they showed that she just got an award, and I was like, girl, you way out of your weight division right now. She hasn't fought, and she packed on some pounds. So, yeah, Brooke, you know how hard it is to work that fun off.
Yeah.
that that mess ain't no joke.
No. Try having big kids and then trying to get it off.
Girl, I came down from 310.
You
After
told
I had
you said that the other day. And I don't know why I did not know that about you.
Yeah, I came down from yeah. I was like real discreet about stuff that I was going through a lot on the side when I was on. That's why a lot of hiatuses was going on with me.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I was still trying to stay, active and stuff. It was just hard.
Yeah.
Um, but these are, I mean, just going back to me and Brooke's chat, right? And I loved. Well, I am gonna wrap up, right? Because we going on 4 hours, two for me, two for Brooke, and I'm really, I really love our time together tonight, y'all. But I'm gonna wrap it up, okay? Um, Brooke coming on this show is like, I don't know, like this may be a first too for women's boxing, right? This was the first, I think this is one of the first shows that was ever like co-done with like two actual women boxers, just talking, like
It
really
might be
talking the stuff.
that the
You know what
gash
I'm
is pretty
saying?
nasty. Did you open it?
uh,
Did you
you
see
talking
it?
about, y'all, I'm trying to wrap up. Let me see this gash.
Yeah, you can wrap it up. But yeah, it is nasty. It's pretty
Where's this
deep.
picture at? I'm tr-
If you pull up the chat that Mike's kept sending it in, it's the newest link, the
Oh,
private
okay.
chat.
All right, let's see. It's the
So
newest
still it's
one.
showing. Yeah, it is showing.
Let me see.
Was that from a headbutt? It had to be a headbutt.
Yeah, it was yeah, because like I said, Sinesia is known to headbutt.
That's
I mean,
nasty.
not Sinesia. Marlene is known for headbutting, but Sinesia beat her to the punch. There it go. Ooh, a chunk of her forehead
Yeah.
then came out.
Yeah.
Oh, that would piss me right off.
It's
'Cause
huge. I mean, that's
We both going, yeah, both of our freaking skulls going to be showing out
yeah,
this
because
fight.
I think I would have intentionally headbutted her right the hell back.
Yeah, all bets are off. You see?
I might have
All
did
bets
something
are off.
else too, like a elbow.
You know what I'm
I don't
saying?
know.
Let it just all go down the drain because you're
Yeah.
not doing that. I'm not walking away like that, and you not getting touched up neither,
She didn't even lose a
right?
point. Ugh, I have to go watch that one.
Estrada kept headbutting, and Esparza kept fighting, but officials didn't dock a point.
That's insane.
Ooh,
Well, kind
I
of
mean,
like when you hit fighters when they're down, don't shit happen either.
it all. I guess it all depends on where you're at, Brooke. You know what I'm saying? I don't know when. I tried. What I did is I made sure they didn't get back up if I dropped them. The only person that actually have gotten up after being dropped by me was Kelly Kofer, and she had temporary memory loss for a while after. I felt so bad after. I felt so bad about that because she was in school getting her master's degree and she was just out of it after our fight. Um, but you gotta make your own justice when
Yeah.
you get in there. You heard what like both me and you know Brooke said. We I'm not the only one leaving this ring with my forehead
Ripped open.
ripped open. Like
Like you can see my skull.
it's
What?
not going down like that. All bets are off. We really doing it now.
Yeah.
It's a real fight now.
We're gonna be all the way dirty. Like
We can
everything.
let's just what I'm saying. Let's just know that
Yeah.
um but we gonna wrap it up, bro. We gonna wrap it up now because it's it's 4 hours. Brooke, thank you so much.
Did we make the record for the longest show?
I think so. I don't even
Okay.
know if anybody gonna have patience to watch the whole show, but I'm hoping, it is what it is. I had my
They can
time
break it down and watch it in sections.
in sections, right?
And
So
we can come back and do another show. So y'all don't have to get it all right now.
yeah. So I'm on here with Brooke No Mercy Deerdorff. I had so much fun, and I hope you did too, Brooke.
I
I
did.
love,
I
love,
had fun.
love
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
This was a great chat. Thank you for sharing what you shared with me and my audience. Y'all check Brooke out on Tuesdays at 8:30, Brooke.
Yes. Tuesdays at
Okay.
8:30. No punches pulled with no mercy. This week, next week's
Okay. I
show is gonna
like
be a
it.
good one.
I like it.
I'll tell you
Okay.
about it after.
Okay. Okay. So, Women's Boxing Channel said, okay, girls, lots of fun, guys. Be safe. All right. Mwah. Thank you, Boo Boo. Thank you for being so um engaged in our conversation in our show tonight, you guys. Um, you guys like, subscribe, and share. Like, subscribe, and share for both the um no punches pulled, with no mercy, Brooke Dierdorff show, and the Natalie Sugar Brown show. Right?
And if
Like,
you're
subscribe, and share.
feeling
Hmm?
extra special, give her a little donation.
Oh yes, we right. Give us some coins now too, some papers, right? We done put our work in. We telling you about it, right? So, um, yeah, and if y'all know anybody that start talking about the Brooks, the Sugars, right? The fighters that are coming back talking about it, that are commentating, and will commentate on these fights, right? We out here, okay? Um Engagement is better than marriage. I mean, I may have my opinion about that. It may not be on the same thing that Women Boxing Channel just said, but hey.
And thank you, Women's
Like,
Boxing. Tuesday it is. I'll see you Tuesday.
yes. So like, subscribe, and share, y'all. We got women's boxing on women Fridays. Women boxing on Friday with the boys, Sadie and Mike Orr on Talking Fight. Okay, so it's this channel's like, they really pushing women's boxing, and I love it. And think about what you want to talk to us ladies about next time. Me and Brooke are gonna put together some kind of uh fight
Yes, we
watch.
will.
Okay.
Yeah, think
Yeah.
about who. It
And
might
y'all
have to
think
be the
about who
next
y'all
big
want to
one.
do.
It might have to be the Baumgartner
It'll just be
Toronto.
something, yeah, it just be something that we just need to talk about. Okay.
Yeah.
But until then, so good night, Brooke. I'm gonna let you go now. All right, honey
All
bun.
right. Good night. Thank you for
All
having
right,
me. Bye,
no
guys.
mercy. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay. Um, you guys, thank you for joining the Sugar Show. It's been a long show, and I love you. Thank you for sharing with me. If I don't see you on Friday, if I don't see you before next Wednesday, know that I will be here Wednesday, 7:30. Face will be in the place. Okay. Like, subscribe, and share. And until then, be safe. Bye bye.